Hello, everybody. Welcome to the International Pub. I hope you all are doing well. It is Saturday night. Who do we have here? Last Dance. Good to see you, man. Scum TV. What up, bud? Good to see you. Early. About 2 hours ago. Cool. RW. Good to see you, man. I think you're doing some family stuff and having some fun. So hopefully you can join us whenever you're ready. Wow, a new little window here. Present or invite. They're always throwing new stuff at us on this here StreamYard. So cool. Thanks for being here, everybody. I can address it later when more people are here, but as a short answer, I just wanted to streamline the name a little bit. International Pub. The International Pub seems legitimate, and I don't think it's really going to make much of a difference, if any difference at all. So that's why, frankly. But always open to hear opinions. How's audio sound there, Last Dance? Thank you, man. Good. Yeah, so last week was a good pub. It was a Friday pub. I was wiped out. I'm a little wiped out again tonight, but I think I'll be okay. We'll see. Awesome. Thanks, RW. Good man. Good man. Good to have you. Definitely going to be going over a lot of different interesting things this week. I want to get everyone's opinions on it. Really don't like this window here, but I guess there's nothing I can do about that. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, whatever. What's going on, Cup of Tea? Good to see you, man. Greg Topple, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, bro. I look sick. Yeah. Do I? No, I look all right. I look like my normal, ugly self. But thanks for being here, man. I don't think I'm sick. Hope not. Maybe a little. But yeah, it's been, like I said, an interesting week. Lots of fun shit to talk about tonight. So Eyes Wide Shut. Cool. Thanks for being here. Oftentimes, Eyes Wide Shut is busy and catches the show after on a rewatch, but that's awesome. Peace to you, man. Thanks for being here. That's great. Tonight will be the last night that us here will be 4 hours away from the UK in time, because the end of the month they switch to British summertime. So we'll be back to the 5-hour difference next week. Not going to change anything for us here in the US, but for the UK people, it will change. So I will try to remember to tell them that a little later when they're actually here. Yeah, St. Patrick's Day come and gone. UK is great. St. Patrick's Day parade in South Boston. Kind of hilarious. A bunch of teenagers with Borgs. I don't know, you guys are familiar with the Borg, B-O-R-G. It's the drink of choice for partying, raging teenagers these days. This is what they call a blackout rage gallon, B-O-R-G. And it consists of a 750 of Everclear, powdered Gatorade, and spring water, I believe. The Gatorade flavor, lemon lime or whatever, but powder form. Put those all together in a gallon and shake it up. Oh, I think there might be Crystal Light involved also. It's pretty foul, but they get hammered on it. BPD seized hundreds of those things at the St. Patrick's Day parade in Southie. So yeah, the kids still having fun. St. Patrick's Day parade, not without its controversy. Some years ago, a group that carried a rainbow flag wanted to march in it, and I think they had to be allowed to march, and wasn't a great look for the city. They got a lot of shit thrown at them for doing nothing more than marching. But some might argue that why would you be there in the first place, anyways? If it's not a place, I don't know. Hey, I live and let live, right? Exactly, Top. I know, Eyes Wide Shut. It's okay. It's a little earlier this week. Back to 12:30 for you next week, man. But any way you watch it is all good by me, dude. And thank you for being here. And if you get tired, you got to zonk out. Do what you got to do. All good. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Reminds me of my buddy Random Goon. He has that as a sound drop on his live stream. And he did a good one last night. I got to tell you, you're missing out if you're not seeing that. A lot of fun. He's on Twitch, usually Friday evenings around 9:45 UK time. And it's a great time. Party down in there, request songs, give him a tip if you want or not. It doesn't matter. He's cool either way. Just a lot of fun. He'll play anything from Slayer to the Beatles and everything else in between. So good stuff. There you go, Last Dance. Nice touch, man. Nice touch. Yeah. It was fun last night. So I'm going to go ahead and get this thing started. Hoping, Topple, you're here early. I hope you can pop on early and chat with us a little bit. We're going to get right into the fun stuff here. Pete Hegseth will be a person that we discuss tonight for sure. I want to like Pete Hegseth. I really do. He's manly. He's military. You know, just kind of wish he'd stop, fucking up. Honestly, he's kind of making a few mistakes there, buddy. Try to straighten out a little, and I wanna like the guy, but hey, actions are important. So you ready? Yes. What's going on? How are you?
All right. Good evening, Smoke Steve.
Good evening to you.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well. Pretty well. How was your week?
Pretty good.
Nice.
Enjoying the improved weather?
It was crap today for us, but
today was 70s. Very nice.
Yeah, it was like 40 up here.
Ooh.
Almost snowing. So, yeah, Vermont's getting hammered with snow. So it's like the system's coming across and hitting us in northern New England. But south of it is the cutoff where the warm weather is. So it'll slowly, as the weeks go by, creep further north, and we'll be right where you are today in a couple of weeks, I hope, so.
All the early flowering trees have popped this week, and are white blossoms everywhere.
No kidding. That early, huh?
Yeah. My cherry tree is blossoming.
We barely even have buds up here on the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. You have a nice cherry tree?
It's seen better years. It's looking a little sick. I'm not sure what the deal is. I probably should hire an arborist, but I don't know. I'd hate to pay the guy and him tell me, yeah, you should cut it down.
If it has a fungus or a disease, you might not be able to save it. It might be deficient, but if it's an old tree, usually old trees don't just go deficient in something. Their roots usually go so far and wide that
well, it was here before I was here 25 years ago. So,
well, is it a sour cherry? Do you know what kind it is? Black cherry?
Black cherry, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
So it's a weed tree, basically.
Yeah.
Because those things grow like crazy up here. But
yeah, it's.
Is that what grows along the
tidal basin? The tidal basin.
in DC, right?
Yeah, the tidal basin. No, those are Japanese cherry trees. Although more detail than that, I don't know.
Huh. East Wind Farms, good to see you.
East Wind
Right on.
Farms.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Those are pretty though.
Yeah,
There was some.
Hello, Smoke White.
Hey, wife, what's up? There was some famous one, like Old Granddad or some shit. This cherry tree that was they had to cut down recently because they had to make some kind of wall to. I guess the tide is higher there now. The sea level is slightly higher. I don't know, but
I don't know.
Supposedly, you didn't hear about this famous cherry tree they had to cut down.
No, I didn't.
And yep, global warming strikes again. Old Thumper or whatever the stupid thing was called had to.
Oh man.
I know you are. You're a later person. It's okay. It's hard to pull out when I'm already in Entendre. Okay.
Doppel, that's outstanding.
Yeah. You want to jump on our dubs?
Well,
1 minute.
1 minute.
All of a sudden, he looks like a founding member of ZZ Top. The beard came in a little thicker this week for some reason. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Cool. Yeah, I mean, do you agree with what I said about Hegseth? It's the type of guy I kind of want to like, but
I don't really care if I like him or not. I just want him to do a good job.
Yeah, I mean,
if he can't do it, get somebody else. I don't care.
He appears to be making some mistakes, but I can't say it's only him.
No, but there were several mistakes in that Signal chat.
Yeah.
One of them was talking about sensitive stuff on Signal. All right, I get it. The other was bringing in a reporter,
right?
And nobody noticing. That was worse.
Mm-hmm.
And then also pretty bad was bringing in all this classified attack sequence, and attack timing information, and that was Hegseth. So
yeah, and those are all supposed to be secret. Those things you mentioned
at a minimum, yes.
Yeah, I mean it's outlined in I think the Department of Defense rules or whatever. There's certain things that are just secret.
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely.
They can come out after, and also I've heard that Signal automatic. Hey, look at that! It's a goat.
Yep.
Oh, he's a cute little bugger.
The other ones are way up the hill, so I'm not feeling that.
It's all right.
So I'm going to grab him and chill him. Actually, he's chilling with his brother, so.
Don't you have to worry about coyotes with those things?
This is all fenced in, and we haven't had an issue. So, for now, we don't have an issue. With all the chickens and the hawks and stuff, it's a different story.
Chickens with hawks. Yeah, wow. Wouldn't think that a full-size chicken could get taken by a hawk.
It's weird. The cameras are mirrored, so I'm having trouble showing you the stuff. But yeah, not trying to steal the show. I just wanted to show you guys the new part of the flock this year.
It's cool.
Awesome.
They are. Topple again, dropping bombs over there.
Yeah, we'll just ignore that.
I mean, I'll laugh at it. I'm not going to repeat it, but I can giggle.
I'll have to scroll back when I get to YouTube.
Yeah, that's like old lively type joke right there for sure. Yeah. But yeah, and speaking of Hegseth, what do you think of that tattoo that I posted the picture of?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't bother me.
I mean, it's a little risky, but I assume it's old.
I don't think it's that old. But risky, I mean, he's already at risk. It doesn't raise his risk level.
No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, they already want to do you know what to him, so
Yep.
Oh.
And if there's one administration where it's not important to be politically correct, then this has to be it.
Right. I guess you could say that. I don't even understand how it's not. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's
I don't know.
interesting.
You don't think there's a way to interpret it as, I don't know, anti-Muslim?
Anti, yeah, I suppose so. But that's what they would call him or anybody who's not one of them. Is that correct?
I'm not an expert on that.
Is it just taking that badge and saying, yeah, that's what I am, and that's what I'll always be?
That's the way I interpreted it.
Right.
Interpreted it.
So I don't know if I see it necessarily as really even controversial, but
it doesn't bother me. I'll say that. But.
Yeah, I know, me neither. Johnny Grammaticus, good evening to you. Thank you for being here. Right on. And obviously, this is still going to show up, and everyone's going to get the same notifications, right? Even though the title has changed, I assume.
I got the same notification.
Right.
Nothing changed.
So, yeah.
I can't speak for anybody else.
If anybody noticed a difference in notifications, let me know in the chat, or if you want to jump on here. Being that I took Smoke Steve out of the title, and that's probably how it's going to be going forward from now on. Simplify it, streamline it. I think the name Smoke Steve is kind of stupid. Honestly, I never was like super proud of it. I was like, thought of it in 1 second, and then I was stuck with it from Live Leak till now.
That's the same thing with Last Dance. I mean, it's like, I don't know. What'll my brain come up with in 1 second? Last Dance.
Right.
People are always saying, "Oh, you named it after Michael Jordan's documentary." No. Oh, that was from some song. No.
Donna Summer. Donna Summer.
Last Dance.
Yeah. She's from Boston.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was pretty hot back in the day.
Just go.
I mean, yeah, that's an interesting concept. Cup of tea. International, I like because I feel like maybe it invites people who are not from the U.S. That's what I really always wanted, was as many countries as possible to be in here. We've gotten a fair amount. Australia, UK, wherever
Germany,
Anna's from.
Germany / Austria.
Yeah, exactly. I think we had
Ireland, China, even though that's a
non-Chinese person. He was still in China.
He was in China, yeah.
There was somebody in South America somewhere. I want to say he was an 18-year-old young kid, and we could hear his mom calling him in the background.
Yeah.
So we've done okay here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you want me to do? I can't go out and recruit people, Topple. I literally sit here and drink beer and chat.
Am I boring you, Topple? Good.
I don't do anything. So
good, Topple.
Oh, Vermonters and Subarus. I used to have a Subaru when I lived in Vermont. Called it Camouflage because all the moms had them up there, grocery getters. But I tell you, in the snow, Subaru Outback kicks ass for sure.
One of the cars my girls had in their long-running saga was a Subaru. It kind of was like I don't know, like a go-kart to me. It just, could push the gas pedal to the floor and go anywhere.
Yeah. Was it a station wagon or a littler one like an Impreza?
I think it was an Outback.
Oh yeah, they're fun. Definitely. I love the WRXs, the little sport cars they have. They do rally racing and stuff with, and that nut job Travis Pastrana jumps them over boats and planes, all kinds of craziness. It's a cool little car. There he is.
Good evening.
Biscuit, how you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Cool. What is that?
San Miguel.
San Miguel. Is that Mexican? Spanish?
Cerveza Premium International.
Cerveza.
Cerveza. Yeah, whatever that means.
Definitely Spanish.
Yeah.
Cool. Cerveza means beer.
Oh, is that what it means? It doesn't
Yes.
mean Spanish.
Yeah, you don't
Or
need to know.
Czech. Is it Czech beer? Or is it Mexican or
Cerveza is Spanish for beer. You don't need to know too much if you're in any Spanish speaking country besides cerveza, baño, and we all know all the foods, so it's like super
taco?
easy to, yeah, dude, seriously. Yeah, I mean, they know it too, so.
Or in Spanish, El Taco.
Exactly. You got it right. Yeah. Because if it was L with the O at the end, you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. How you been? How's the world over there?
They're doing great. I was supposed to be I wasn't supposed to be a party. I thought I was supposed to be at a party tonight. But I got the dates mixed up.
How do you like this Keir Starmer?
I like him a lot better than Trump.
Are you going to be feeling safer knowing that ninja swords will be banned coming this summer?
I thought that was already banned.
Wow, was it an immediate ban?
No, I thought that was banned like 20 years ago.
No,
Well, the
no.
tweets have just been coming up in the last few days.
I think you're allowed to have like non-sharpened display swords like katanas and stuff like that.
So are you
No.
telling me that the entire internet, of which you can find hundreds, thousands of razor sharp katanas for probably 100 to, God knows how high end they go, but are they going to shut down all shipping to the UK?
I don't know. It depends on, I think, if it's an artistic piece or it's a historical piece. It's a lot different to what a lot of people have been using for criminal activity, like the cheap Chinese made basically crap steel swords that they just bend as soon as you touch anything with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I was just searching around. You can get a decent Japanese made one for the $300 to $500,
Yeah, well, the ones I've seen are more like £10, £15.
Oh, you're talking really cheap. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you wanted to do harm to someone, you just get a machete from local tool shop for 15 quid.
Exactly. Or, I mean, why that one type of sword the amount of swords that are out there, why don't they just say all swords? All edged weapons bigger than, I don't know, 3.5 inches or whatever.
Well, technically, a spade's an edged weapon as well, isn't it?
Like a shovel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the entrenchment tools that they give to the Army guys and Marines, many of them had confirmed kills with entrenching tools in war.
Yep.
And they would purposely, file down that edge a little. Probably scare the hell out of somebody, some psycho Marine coming at you with his entrenching tool,
Well, you can buy shovels that double as axes as well with a serrated edge on the other side.
Right.
So what does cup of tea mean here?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
They're ninjas.
The
And
word
they're very
ninja
good.
and hero were swapped.
Huh.
Man. Wow. We didn't have hero. I never heard hero in the title.
I never heard it either.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, hero in a half shell, turtle power.
Right.
That's
Hero
how I
came-
used to remember it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, Cup.
Oh, I see. The word ninja was taken out. is what he's saying.
I get it.
Maybe that's more of a new thing.
Interesting. Ninja, I don't know. I don't get it. The UK is all screwed up, man. With this whole knife crime, they don't know what to do. How do you ban knives? Everybody uses them to cook with.
Well, you can't ban knife like kitchen knives and things, but you can ban knives that are clearly for harm use. You know, like just big, massive hunting knives and things like that.
It's a shame that it's come to that.
There's no illegal hunting in England anyway. So a hunting knife is of no legal use in the UK.
There's no legal hunting?
No legal hunting.
What? What about those big red stags you have out there? And things?
No, the big red stags. We've got some deer, but nothing. But you're not allowed to hunt them.
Okay, so you can in probably Wales, and I would.
I don't know about Wales, but you can in Scotland.
Scotland for sure, and of course, bird hunting.
Shotgun. Only on your own land, or if someone gives you permission.
Huh.
And it's usually for pest control.
Interesting, man. That is.
It's not like game hunting like you have in America.
Sure.
It's mostly pest control with rabbits and birds and things like that.
Is that true here? Eastwind Farms with a little bit of a query. A kitchen bread knife is okay according to Biscuit, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a rated edge.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Eastwind Farms. It's interesting. But theoretically, it's all crazy. I mean, I guess Amazon won't ship K-bars or any one of the millions of knives I can get shipped here to the UK.
I wouldn't imagine so, no.
So is it illegal to possess them in your own home?
No.
Okay.
You can have certain knives, in fact, pretty much any knife in your own home. It's just if you get caught outside with the law, as I understand it, up until at least recently that I haven't been aware of, you can have up to a 2-inch folding knife, but it can't be locking.
2-inch? The hell?
And it's not allowed to be a locking knife. It has to be like a Swiss Army knife that doesn't lock. It's just free flowing.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right, Lee's here. Right on, Lee. And Welshman there. Bread knife. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is knife crime still rampant over there?
In the big cities.
And that we're talking
London, Manchester, Birmingham, things like that.
And is it like gang stuff?
Gang stuff, scared kids that are being bullied, just get the kitchen knife and just take it out for protection and end up killing someone.
Mm. So earlier you said you liked your prime minister better than Trump.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not saying I like him, but I like him better than Trump.
What is worse about Trump? That
the fact that he is
he's making
the
UK pay for Ukraine.
No, nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. The fact that he's destabilizing the world as we know it.
That's a fair argument. Last dance.
Who's been destabilized in the world?
Well, the fact that he's making the entire of Europe and Canada, for instance, they have to reevaluate how they see America.
Canada is a definite
as a trade partner, and Greenland is afraid of America now as well.
I mean, the only thing Trump is causing the UK and Canada and the
I don't care what he's doing. I don't care what he's doing to UK. It's the rest of the world. He's alienating all of his partners in the world.
Alienating you because you have to pay for your defense.
It's
you
not.
don't wanna do that.
I'm not bothered about any of that at the minute. It's the fact that he's alienating everyone, saying that if you don't do as I say, he basically said that if Canada want to say fuck off to America and just deal with UK and Europe, then he's going to massively tax it all. Nothing to do with Ukraine.
Tariffs, you mean?
Tariffs, yeah, which is a tax of some kind.
Well, I thought you just said Canada was going to say fuck off to the U.S.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if they don't,
The tariffs
it
don't
will be
matter.
a tariff on nothing then.
He's tariffing UK and Europe if we say we'll take all of the trade from Canada
Well,
that they give to you.
Okay, but biscuits.
What?
Currently, at the moment, right, Europe as a whole corporation buys more value in gas and oil from Russia than they do from America.
They did. They basically barely buy any now at all.
And Trump made the point. It's ridiculous. They're fighting Russia indirectly in a proxy war.
How are they? Hold on. How are they buying oil when the pipelines have been turned off?
Well, they haven't been. It's unrefined. They're buying. They're buying unrefined.
Welshman, your audio is doing that choppy staccato thing again, dude.
Yeah, I took a mic out the rapid just for this stream, and it's fucking up.
But I'm not even on about. I'm not even on about
was
the Ukraine war. I'm on about the actions that Trump has taken with his friends and partners.
But this is why he's taking those actions.
It's unrelated to Ukraine.
No, he said it's because of what.
No, he says it's because of. He says it's because of fentanyl coming over the border from Canada.
No, well, wait, Dave. Now you're merging into a completely other subject.
I'm not even talking about. You're the one bringing Russia and Ukraine up. I'm talking about.
No, you brought Europe up, and I mentioned why. That Trump has mentioned. Why are you giving more money to a state that you're currently at war with in a proxy war than you will buying oil and gas off ourselves? I mean, it does beg a belief a little bit. You're at war with someone, but you're giving them billions.
Since the war, we haven't bought oil and gas from Russia.
That's what Trump has literally just said. It's gas. Gas.
Okay, let's watch a 1 minute 15-second video about tariffs explained by one of the great modern Republicans, in his opinion, at least, as to what they encompass and what they are. So let's watch him right now.
First, when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and stop making the innovative management and technological.
I apologize for the shitty music.
Changes they need to succeed in world markets. Then, while all this is going on, something even worse occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity.
I heard that a couple days ago without the music and in time with his lips. But yeah, I mean, he does make some point there. I mean, it's maybe based on something that's from almost 100 years ago, but I don't know. Do you see any legitimacy to what he says about tariffs there?
Of course.
Anybody else have any comment?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's any rhyme or reason to Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think, unfortunately, though I want to feel otherwise, I think I'm starting to see that he may cause some serious damage to our country and our international standing. Unfortunately.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, apparently Canada provides quite a lot of power to the northern states, and they're cutting them off because of these tariffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. If you have a link for that, I can gladly share
I
it.
ain't got a link. I just watched
Well,
was it the Ontario mayor or something that said he was cutting I
Yeah,
forget.
Doug Ford.
Yeah, Ford. He said he was cutting the US off from their energy grid.
I think you
Doug
have
Ford, Ontario. Interesting. I couldn't even put that together in my head for a second.
I think you have to realize that when Canada cuts off the U.S. from energy, Canada loses
They
all
do,
their money.
but
The U.S. pays them, and they're cutting their own throats.
Yeah.
they are, but they see it as a willing sacrifice to spite America. Well, not America, but Trump for what he's doing at the moment.
Yeah, no, but they're spiting themselves.
Exactly.
They are patriotic to themselves, and they're telling
But,
Trump
That's because they haven't felt the pain yet.
yet. But I believe
he holds all the cards. Basically,
he holds no cards. You kidding yourself? You're such a trumpet.
Okay, so literally they've tried wiping him off the map of the earth in the last 4 years.
Oh yeah,
and he won, well for 8 years, and he's won again. So all that sort of rhetoric and nonsense you say is water off a duck's back. Yeah, the article I was on about actually was the EU spends more on Russian oil and gas than financed aid to Ukraine. So they supplied 21 billion. Right, to aid to
get it right. They used to spend that much.
Okay, so
they don't currently spend that much.
Okay, this was dated February 25 from The Guardian, titled "EU spends more on Russian oil and gas than financial aid to Ukraine," and it's in the third year running. So there we go. The EU is spending more money on Russian fossil fuels than financial aid for Ukraine. A report marked the third year anniversary of the invasion has found the EU has spent 21.9 billion on Russian oil and gas in the third year of war, according to estimates from the Center for Research Energy, and they've spent 18.7 in aid.
Now, are they giving that money directly to Russia, or are they buying it from the Saudis who are buying the oil from Russia?
I've literally just read the article, and it doesn't mention anyone else at all.
Because it's definitely not coming from the pipelines because they're all shut off.
Look, once again, mate, I've just pointed out to you, it's The Guardian.
But we need to. If we're making these comments, we need to look.
What do you mean making these comments? I just backed it up with an article. Literally, it's just your opinion at this point.
But we have to see where the money flows and where it's coming from.
Honestly, 1 minute it's not happening. The next minute,
I never said that.
It's coming from a third party. You're literally just moving the goalposts every time.
What are you on about? I am talking in a debate, and you're making a comment, and I'm telling you where my position is.
Well, I understand your position, but you keep on calling what I'm saying is not true. But I'm bringing.
I never said it wasn't true.
I'm bringing an article forward. I'm not
moving the goalposts
from a third party.
Not moving the goalposts. I'm asking a question. Are they providing it from Saudi Arabia through Russia sells it to Saudis, Saudis sell it to Europe? Is that how it's going?
Or maybe China.
Well, no, because it's not
China.
It's coming from Russia.
No, I don't think so.
Data estimated the value of Russian oil sold on the world.
Well, I think Biscuit is only asking if it's sort of being laundered through a third party.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's not even mentioned this on the whole article. I'm going through the article now.
That's
I
what
think
I'm trying to get at. That
he's
maybe
curious.
the article's not
Yeah,
telling
but
the
that's
full
not.
story.
He's curious because he believes that kind of the UK has banned direct sales or
Mhm.
direct purchases.
That's right.
In the calendar year of 2024, the EU spends 39% more on Russian oil, fuel, fossil fuel imports than it sets aside for Ukraine. So, these figures must include.
Well, the
But yeah,
U.S. has enough
I could
to
ask Grok.
the U.S. has enough to cover us. I mean, I don't know what the problem is there. Maybe the past president
Well,
put a hold on a lot of that stuff, which is
I put a
insane.
link. I put a link yesterday in Discord, our Discord, Lively Lives. An article in Reason about why the Northeast imports so much power from Canada, and it's basically just a political decision that was made to not build new power plants in the U.S. Because governors could say, "Oh, we have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions basically by just importing energy from Canada, who who can go ahead and produce those greenhouse gas emissions, and we can pretend it's somehow different."
It's so stupid.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I've just asked Grok. It said yes, according to a report from the Center for Research in Energy and Clean Air, Korea, published in February 2025, which is the same date of that that article. The European Union spends more on Russian oil and gas than it provided in financial aid to Ukraine during the third year of the Russian invasion, which corresponds to
I'd
2024.
be interested in how that's calculated.
But well, it's from Korea, which is the Center for Research in Energy Clean Air. So, and it said the report estimates member states purchased 21.9, exactly the same numbers, and it doesn't even mention any other countries apart from Russia, the EU, and Ukraine.
What is that John Grammaticus says there? What is Turk Stream?
Yeah, I mean,
Natural gas pipeline running from Russia to Turkey. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, what I want to know is, I can see why Trump's got a problem with this. Can't you?
Sure.
Well, maybe Trump should get his wallet out and make a pipeline to Europe.
No, that's not. I think the point is they're virtue signaling to appear that they're being green is completely fucking backfired now, because carbon is carbon. Wherever it's getting burned, it's all going to this atmosphere. Why not produce it yourself if you need it? If you're not at a place yet where the green energy can sustain you, then light bulbs should be going off. Make it yourself, or at least get it from your allies. In this case, we're talking about fucking Russia here, who's on the doorstep of almost invading half of Europe, as some people see it. I don't necessarily, but it's insanity, man. Just crazy. Fucking crazy.
Well, I was under the impression that Europe had stopped buying oil from Russia.
I don't think there's much.
Yeah.
Other
Don't believe the narratives, mate. Look into it a little bit.
All right, I will read you what Grok says.
I'll ask Google AI.
Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 are no longer operational. However, the Turk Stream pipeline running under the Baltic Sea to Turkey and onward to southern Europe delivered around 15 billion cubic meters of gas annually, with 2024 volumes holding steady based on Gazprom's export data. Another route, the Blue Stream, also connects Russia to Turkey. Additionally, some gas still flows through the Soviet-era network via the Sudza entry point in Russia's Kursk region, despite Ukraine's effort to disrupt it. Russia has also ramped up liquid natural gas exports to Europe, with terminals shipping approximately 20 million tons globally in 2024, of which Europe took a significant share. So it looks like Europe is importing directly from Russia billions and billions of dollars.
Via
Yeah.
Turkey, by the sound of it.
Or direct shipping from Russia to
Yeah.
European ports.
Liquid petroleum gas, etc. as well. So, like I
Yeah.
said, don't believe what they tell you.
Well, if that's the case, then that's fucking ridiculous. Because if they're taking shipping ports of gas, then why don't we take it from our allies like Australia, Canada, and America?
Because those are a long way away and it's more expensive to.
Well, it can't be that much further away. It's only one ocean away.
Yeah, but isn't it ridiculous that you're at war with someone and you give them more money?
That is ridiculous. If that's the case, then that is ridiculous. And Europe needs to get the finger out and sort it out, because Russia should not be supplying us. Well, they're not. I don't believe they're supplying the UK with it anymore, are they? We've completely cut them off.
I
don't think we ever took much off for Russia. We took it off France.
Yeah, which has got it from Russia back, probably.
Oh, no.
They make their own.
France are big on nuclear. They're literally supplying a lot of Europe. With
No,
energy.
I mean gas and.
No.
I'm talking about where do we get our gas and oil from?
Well, we get it from Norway as well. We buy from Norway.
Right.
We take we take a lot of our electricity when things ain't good when things ain't good over here because of weather, because we rely on we're getting it from France. France is then supplying Belgium. France are also supplying bits of Germany, Denmark. France supply a lot of countries in Europe, and the reason why they supply them is because they went heavy on nuclear and clean new nuclear, very safe nuclear. What Germany did, they said we'll buy it from a traditional enemy. When Trump made that statement in the UN, I'm sure Last Dance has seen this statement, and Steve, where he literally made a statement saying that you rely 45% of your energy from a traditional enemy, and they all laughed. The German dignitaries, they laughed at him during the speech. And 4 years later, what happens?
Yeah.
So Grok says Biscuit is correct. In fact, that's all it says. It just says Biscuit is always correct.
I like it.
Good evening, all. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It just says that UK doesn't import directly; it imports indirectly from India, China, and Turkey.
Hey, how are you, Lee?
Hey, Lee.
Lee?
I think we hear him, but he doesn't hear us.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Hi, Lee.
Ali. Hi-oh, Ali.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I've got a bit of a bad connection. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's just because it's boring, then that's a good connection.
What's my mic like now? Is it better?
100%. What'd you do?
Nothing. Oh, no. I tell you what I did. I disconnected and reconnected, because that normally works on Streamlabs as well.
Okay.
And what it was, when I joined, I didn't have the mic fully pushed in.
I can try that. Can you hear me now?
Clear as day.
We've heard you the whole time.
Yeah, I've got a problem with the mic.
You fine. Yeah, could go out and come back in, Lee. Go out and come back in. That normally does it.
All right.
He would.
Okay.
He can't hear you.
All right.
And he can hear us. We can hear him. I'm not sure what the problem is.
I think his problem is lag.
I think I said we can hear us, and he can hear him.
We know what you meant.
Clears it up.
We know what you meant.
He's piggybacking off my grandday's Wi-Fi.
Speaking of which, do you guys celebrate Mother's Day in America?
End of May, I think.
It's tomorrow. Is Mother's Day here?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it different?
It seems like an odd time for it. The last So March 30th is it for you guys?
Yeah.
So actually today, right? You're past midnight.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's Mother's Day. I took my mother some a bunch of lilies and a candle, scented candle.
Very nice. I missed Incarnation. Hello, Incarnation.
Hi, Incarnation. Good to see you. I saw him on the Hey up here. Hey,
Oh, okay.
hey, what up, buddy?
Hey,
What is he
hey,
got
hey.
there? Spotted dick? Is that what he's holding? And his
You've read what his little logo says, right?
Does that say salad? Is that salad cream?
I
It
can't
does
read
say
it.
that, yes.
Cool. Yeah, I know. Spotted dick is another thing you guys have over there, right? As a
Yeah, it's just chocolate chips in a sponge cake.
always makes us laugh when we see it in the can at the supermarket in the international aisle.
Spotted dick.
It's not very popular though, I don't think.
No, it's not. It's about as popular as bread and butter pudding.
Bread and butter pudding? I never had it. I've had bread pudding. I love bread pudding.
It's basically you put slices of bread in with custard and raisins, and you bake it in the oven.
Cinnamon and nutmeg and all that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that, dude.
Do you get like I know you really don't because I know this like social media guy, big fat guy from America. He does food reviews all over the UK. But you don't really get fish and chips over there, not traditional British fish and chips, do you?
Rarely here and there. I'm here in New England, so it's somewhat common here to get a couple chunks of fried cod with some what we call steak fries here, which are your chips.
Yeah.
And if it's fresh cod and it's battered up correctly, it's good.
Those steak fries, as you call them, are cooked best in beef dripping. Oh,
beef tallow, they call that
beef
over here.
tallow, yeah.
Yeah, we do have it here in New England, but it's not common elsewhere. I don't think as much.
Do you get fish, like battered fish cakes as well?
Negative.
No. Oh, you're missing out. They're delicious.
No. I rarely get fish.
You can get battered Mars bars and everything.
Yeah, mostly in Scotland, the battered shit, though, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't get any of that.
Throw it, dip anything in it, and then throw it in the fire.
I saw a YouTube channel that were talking about battered pizza the other day. Just get one of those cheap frozen pizzas and batter it.
Can I just come in a sec? Can you hear me all right or not?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Clear. Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, biscuit, mate. Honestly, I'm not going out of my way to try and prove you wrong, mate. I love your biscuit. Okay, but don't be under the impression, mate, that we're not buying any oil. The whole answer to that question is that Russia.
We've already proven that we don't buy oil and gas straight from Russia.
We do.
Anyway.
We do. Not straight from Russia, no, but it's through Turkey. Because if it's liquefied, it's the loophole, and Zelensky wants that stopped. That's never going to happen. Look at it logistically. For what they're supplying to Turkey, they're then selling it on really cheap to the rest of the
Europe. Well, I don't see why we need to buy oil and gas when we produce it ourselves on our own coast.
Biscuit, let me explain, because the price will rocket, and we're not just talking about oil here. We're talking about the ability to heat our homes with gas and so many other
gas products. Is a byproduct of oil.
So basically, they were restricted with the restrictions because they need the gas. They need the gas to just run Europe.
If you want to hurt Russia, you have to put in sanctions into place that are going to absolutely ruin them. And Europe's not doing that, mate. The back door is Turkey, and it's all being shipped to there. And then to go one step further and look at this, it's absolute truth, I promise. If you want the United States of America to run on with its nuclear power stations, it's one of the biggest buyers of enriched uranium from Russia, which is still going on. Biden said he was going to ban it after 2028, because in his mind he knows that by 2028, the war will probably be over. If they don't buy enriched uranium from the Russia, then the power stations in America aren't going to work, and it's the same with a few countries in Europe as well. So this is where it's all farcical. We're putting sanctions on him. If you want to win the war, if you really absolutely mean what you say, cut him off completely. But they don't, because otherwise the whole of the world goes into complete financial ruin.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about that before. I was just talking about the difference between Keir Starmer and Trump, and the fact that I hated Trump, and I hated Keir Starmer a little less.
Yeah,
but not much less, mind you.
No, not much less, but I still hate him a little less.
I seen the socialist workers in town centre today, and as I walked past them, I had a quick look at them, and of course they had like the usual shit on there. But I was like, "You told us to vote. You told us to vote for Keir. You told us to vote for Labour." And look what I mean,
if we're being honest, we couldn't vote for fucking Conservative because they were fucking country up as well.
Yeah, so we were left with. I totally agree with that comment. We were left with people that would vote for Labour as punishment, and people that just voted for Labour because they couldn't think they could do any worse. And that should be a high population there. But what he's actually done, he's gone against.
Let's put it this way: if we'd have voted for Lib Dem, would we be in any better position? I don't think so.
because they're all the same. Like I said, they're all the same. People call conservatives far right. It's embarrassing.
No, they're not far right. They're centre right, and I believe Labour's centre left.
Exactly, there's nothing in them. So when you stick them all together, they crowd the clock between 5-2 and 5 past. They're right there. They're all there, crunched together. So it doesn't matter who you vote in, you won't get a change.
What's been interesting today as well is Keir Starmer. He's walking a tightrope at the moment, because obviously the tariffs that have come in on cars being 25%, and a lot of countries have reacted to that, saying, we'll find ways for tit for tat. Keir Starmer's actually come out today and said he's not willing to get into a trade war, so he's willing to accept what Trump said. I think he's depending on Trump for a trade deal so much, because at the moment we are in absolute rack and ruin.
Strange as it sounds, I wish we could have Boris Johnson back.
I don't think that will happen. I think I'll tell you one thing though, Biscuit, and I'm sure Base will agree with this. After yesterday's party political rally, Farage is now beginning to surge ahead, because
I don't like Farage either, though. He's a bit of a cunt and all.
I know, but he is beginning to gather quite some support now,
Farage,
especially after.
Farage is not the future, I'm afraid.
I thought, like, superficially, from my viewpoint, I've seen this Farage guy, and like, at least superficially, I would say, I think this is a guy that like Welshman and Lee would endorse, but I don't know the layers of him. But what he seems to be talking about right now seems to be relevant to what you guys are.
He's a false prophet. He's a false prophet, and it's very sad to say, but that's what he is. He's a false prophet.
Is he lying?
Yeah, he's taking very much
hypocritical. What is it?
So for example, he's already said he won't be able to deport foreign criminals and people out of the country. So when you start off with a position like that, then I mean that. But apart from that, loads of people have joined him. They're conservatives. So basically, he's like conservative plus at the moment, and it wouldn't surprise me if they will combine to do a combination to win the next election, and that's not what is right for the country. It'll just be more of the same. So the end result, I can see the two of them combining to win the next election, and even if they don't combine, unless there's a proper reform of the Reform Party, then it's just conservative plus.
Why does it seem to be so frequently that you guys change prime ministers? Is that just because I'm not paying attention, or does it happen?
No, in recent history, it's because recent prime ministers have stood down because of they was doing a shit job, and then someone else in the same party took over.
Yeah,
It's very similar to if your president took ill and then the vice president took over. It's something like that.
Well, we had our last president. He took ill and he stayed in there and wrote the
yeah,
whole
but it's to
fucking
do with the
thing
vote.
out.
Yeah, but he was selfish, wasn't he?
So for example,
He was
if you haven't
being
got,
selfish.
if it was a close government, right, and it was and for example, you had dissent in the party.
Yeah.
You can't pass anything through Parliament because everything you go through Parliament gets kicked back. Remember, for a couple of years with all that Brexit bullshit, we've had a lot of.
That's what
a
it's
lot of
mainly
issues.
been down to.
Yeah.
So
The thing is, Steve,
what we got prime ministers that aren't voted in by the people because the first one gets voted in by the people, but then they can be replaced by another person, right?
I see.
Who get voted in by their members, not by the people. So basically, you can change prime minister during a term, but you can change it without the public.
Well, that's because we view the entire party as one, and the leader can swap and change whatever they want, basically.
Yeah, but Steve, I'm touching what Base said. It's supposed to be every 4 to 5 years, but during their term, yeah. What the problem with and why we've had so many prime ministers in the last few years is that the Conservative Party was split. You had those that didn't want to be part of Europe, and then those that did. And consequently, the prime minister at the time was Theresa May, and she called an early election thinking she could have the support of her party to say we're going to stay in Europe.
All but a small majority.
She lost to Boris Johnson. So Boris Johnson then becomes leader, and then there's fucking scandals, and then he gets challenged because they feel they've got no confidence in him. So then you've got Theresa May. Now Theresa May is really interesting because Theresa May is very much thinks very much the same on the same lines as Trump in a way, not completely, but in a way she kind of thinks like
Theresa May. You mean the other woman who fucked up after 2 weeks?
Well, that's the interesting thing there.
She got forced out. You got to understand.
But that's the interesting thing, Biscuit. Let me explain to you. Yeah, and Based is right. So Theresa May becomes the leader of the party. There's no election.
No, I'm on about your order. There's Theresa May first, wasn't it? Then Boris Johnson, then the fuck up woman. I forgot her name.
Yeah, but no, Theresa May's quite recent.
No, the blonde-haired woman who fucked up after 2 weeks and got canned.
Yeah, that's Theresa. That's not Theresa May. Sorry, that was what's her name? I've forgotten her name now. Not Theresa May. Sorry. What's her name?
Oh Christ.
Well, anyway,
she's that crap. We can't remember her name.
I know. I'm really annoyed with myself because. But anyway,
that's what I was trying to get at because you said after
Theresa May. Yeah,
it
wasn't that. Oh, what's her name? Yeah, but you know who I mean. Yeah,
I know what you mean.
So with that, what happens is that when the party loses confidence in the leader, they then have a vote to see who should be the new leader, and that has nothing to do with the general public. But the weird thing about this was that she was voted leader by the Conservative Party. All the people voted, and when they lost confidence in, or they said they lost confidence in, only the major leaders of the party were then able to vote. Not Liz Truss, yeah, not all the members. So Rishi then became prime minister, and it was all pretty fixed. I think she had some radical ideas on taxation and this, that. Yeah, we'll never know whether they should have worked. I mean, she's now doing the scene on TV thing, saying, "See, look, I told you so." Trying to gather whether she's going to make a re-emergence, I don't know. But now Rishi comes in, and Rishi's got. Basically, the city wanted Rishi to be leader anyway. So I think they're kind of behind making sure Liz Truss gets kicked out because it wasn't going to benefit them with her being in power. Rishi's got all the contacts in terms of his education.
He's in America now, chilling out.
His wife is also a multi-millionaire-ass.
Billionaire.
And then he gets invited in. But not by, and a lot of Conservatives were angry about that because they didn't all have the vote to put him as leader, and then he runs us to a general election and loses out, obviously, to Keir Starmer. So we've had a few years of Conservative Party, lots of different leaders, and everybody's lost faith. So Biscuit and Based is right in the fact that he was the less of the two evils in terms of who to vote for. But I don't think he's going to last a whole term. I mean, the whole country is going into pandemonium because the taxes they're having to be. Basically, we're skint. We're absolutely skint. So
Your taxes are insane right now.
Oh, yeah.
well, what he's done is he's very cleverly, well, Rachel Reeves, I like to call her Rachel from accounts because she's absolutely fucking shit and incompetent, is that she's decided, she promised in her manifesto, we won't tax the people. But what she's done, she's taxed all the companies, and that trickles down to the people anyway. And now
Right.
she's just done what she's called, is it a spring statement or whatever, or I think it is, and she's now taxing even more, but she's now raiding things like for all the people that are disabled in the country or need extra help. She's now saying, right, we're going to take some of your money away. So now she's hitting the poorest of the
reducing benefits and also getting rid of as many of as they can, basically, when they come up for review.
And then with all the promises that they would never tax the people, they now announced, because she was questioned quite hard by the press, are you going to be coming back for more and taxing the people? And her answer to that is, I can't rule it out. So they've reneged on every promise that they made to get into power. They're completely
under the excuse that the country was in a worse condition than they thought it was. Bullshit.
But it wasn't, because the funny thing about that, they've stopped that now because everything's got to be assessed by third parties with the books.
Right.
So it was all assessed. Everything was said, and there was no lies about the books at all. Basically, it was just a made up thing for them to say, the country's in a far worse state than it was. Well, stop giving $3 billion to help climate change in Africa. Give the $3 billion to the pensioners. No. We've still got to give the $3 billion to Africa to control. What do you about control climate change in Africa?
Not to mention Keir Starmer giving Gibraltar back.
Well, what's going to happen is you're going to end up.
What about the fuel payments for the elderly? So if it was extremely cold, the elderly they used to get help with their payments. Turn their heating on. They've taken that away.
The fuel payment, taken that away.
And what really pisses me off so much, because of the fucking headlines, excuse my French, but this gets my goat, it really does. When you look behind the actual headline, where Keir Starmer's going, we're signing a pact with Ukraine, we're going to be your friends for 100 years. And we're also going to give you billions of pounds. And the last government giveaway to them was £2.26 billion, which could have been spent on this country. And Keir Starmer stands at the lying shit, turns around and says, we're going to get this back. Don't worry. It's because we're going to, with the Russian funds that have been, put on stop, we're gonna pay it back with the interest that we earn. So don't worry, taxpayers. I
thought the interest was going towards the Ukraine fund, basically.
Get this biscuit. Go into government.com, find the documents, and then read right the way through them. This is how it works. We're making 3 payments. We've just made the first one of £772 million. There's 3 payments each quarter. Okay, that's taxpayers' money, whether he likes it or not. It is taxpayers' money. Right. The way we're going to get it back is the interest on the frozen assets of Russians' money of whatever it is, so many billion, right?
But that interest the interest was always supposed to be spent for rebuilding Ukraine.
This is what we've signed and agreed to. The interest will pay us back, but only the profit of the interest that's invested. And the big problem about that, when you read through, and the pundits are going, hang on a minute, when you start to digest it all, if you're going to earn profits off the interest, well, that better happen in time to pay you back, because part of the peace negotiations will be that Putin will say, unfreeze my assets. And once they do that, there's no interest to profit from. So ultimately, we're paying for it. And then once we pay. And once you've paid for it, right, then that's money that we've lost that could buy cancer machines, investment in schools, investments in our roads.
Which also tells me that the government's got a vested interest to prolong the war, so that the assets stay frozen.
What's going to happen is you're going to end up losing. There's no reason for extremely high net and high net worth individuals to stay.
No,
People
and
that
they're
pay
leaving.
large amounts of taxes are going to leave.
Leave. That's right.
The
Okay.
yeah.
richest
I-
man
I-
to
let-
base
let-
biscuit,
let-
base
let-
base
let-
biscuit,
wait, wait, wait,
base.
let
Hang
me-
on,
let-
wait, one sec,
Fucking
one sec,
hell,
base
I
biscuit.
can't interject once.
Did you? Oh, you can now. I'll leave it to you, honestly. But you must have seen in the paper this week the richest man in the UK is leaving. He's leaving, and he's made it very public because he's fed up with the taxes that he's got to pay. Sorry,
Okay.
Basie, the floor is yours.
Who's that? Is that the Virgin guy?
Let me give you the
I
numbers.
think it is. Yeah, yeah.
Let me give you the numbers. So 10,800 millionaires left the country last year, and
you go.
155 billionaires left the country last year.
Yeah. Why would they stay when they can probably make the same amount of money and pay half of the amount in taxes? The way technology exists these days, they can visit the UK as much as they want. And they can have, as long as it's 6 months and 1 day in another country, they can avoid the taxes. That's it. That's why people live in Florida in this country for 6 months plus 1 day to avoid a lot of taxes, primarily income tax. There isn't any in Florida.
Yeah, it's the same in Dubai. It is as well. Like they've got to spend so much out there, time out
Yeah.
there, and
Is that why Florida's in so much debt?
You could point to that, but yeah, that's why a lot of people
And not
retire to
only that, but
Florida.
also the fucked up with the tobacco tax as well.
They
the
fucked
be-
up because they take in so much money in taxes from the vacation industry.
Yeah, but
There should be
if
plenty
I'm
of
not
money there.
mistaken, Florida also spent the proceeds for the tobacco tax years in advance before they even got it. And when vaping came on the scene, it basically drastically reduced those taxes.
when was that?
And it was about 6 years ago, something like that.
Because that was Democrat, that was there.
No, it was when Arnold Schwarzenegger was in Florida.
No, that's California.
That's
you're
California.
Oh,
mate.
California, yeah.
I
not-
thought you
not-
were talking about California when you said
Yeah, California, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Florida's pretty comfortable financially, honestly.
Yeah,
Like I
I
said,
must be talking about California.
they take in a ton of money in vacation taxes. So think about it. They don't have to charge income tax. So a basketball player in Florida doesn't pay income tax. The same basketball player in California pays 13.3. What has he got there? Nerds, rope?
Grope.
Nerds grow.
gross. Should be gross. That is nasty.
Yeah, so
All right.
the,
Oh, it's
like I
got
said,
THC.
Oh, it's THC. It's
THC in
weed.
it.
They are beautiful. Honestly, they're just gorgeous.
All
So,
right.
full
The-
strawberry flavor. It takes about 45 minutes to an hour to hit your system, but when it does, it comes over you so beautiful. It's lovely. That's what
I
the
got-
sweet looks like. It's gorgeous.
Oh yeah.
I
Why don't you kick them off?
lads, do you get frustrated when like the socialists? Because I mean,
what
if
did
I
I
was
do?
a-
Oh.
if I was a multi-millionaire, and for example, you know, taxes went through the roof, I would abandon my home country for a period of time to either consolidate, relocate
RW.
business, or change the business I'm going to get involved in for maybe the next 5-10 years, because you've got a lot of money, you can invest in many different things. So I can't see why multi-millionaires would stay in the country.
Yeah,
That's
you can.
that's the time to hop out anywhere in the world and live a life.
Hell yeah, man. You're gonna lose a lot of them, and it's a shame, but keep out of reach from smoke.
It's all right. We'll have loads of adventurers, like loads of doctors and nurses coming over.
Yeah, oh yeah, a lot of doctors, right? Like the one in Germany at the Christmas bazaar. He was a doctor, wasn't he?
There was 2 in Germany in the last 7 days.
On a lighter note, I had a surprise this afternoon.
What you got?
My blue rams had babies. There's little tiny like tadpole little fishies in the bottom of my tank.
Cool.
Mhm. Very nice.
Congratulations.
I
Hey,
wondered why the little tetras were hiding back at tank. It's because fucking rams are fighting to keep them away from little babies.
Hey,
Yeah,
Baze,
incarnation.
what's
Long live Canada.
do we know it happens now so regular news really isn't really interested that much, because they don't want us to know what's happening. But is there have we got any clue of the ethnicity of the guy that stabbed 5 people in Amsterdam a few days ago? Do we know who he is yet?
That was yesterday. We don't, but one of the photos was of him getting arrested, but it looked like he was, but I think they said he was an Algerian, which just leads down one route, doesn't it?
Is that the one where the cat took him down and held his ass on the ground? Now that is toxic masculinity at its finest right there.
What took him down?
Another man fucking snatched him and just put his ass down on his stomach and basically
I think it was.
Incapacitated him. It was pretty incredible.
Did they arrest the chap for getting involved?
I hope he's a hero, man.
Probably.
He's a freaking hero.
He's under arrest for being racist, I expect.
Police chief.
By the way, talking about that, true incident that happened this week to my bloody wife. Not bloody, she's gorgeous, but you know what I mean. So I live just probably about half a mile away from a place called Altrincham. Base will definitely know this. I don't know if you do, Biscuit. In Altrincham, there's a place called Crested Court Hotel. A lot of people protesting about the fact they were putting a load of migrants in there. So anyway, my wife is driving past this place. I was fuming. I just wanted to go there. She was like, calm down. Don't do anything because you're just going to end up in trouble. But my blood was boiling. So basically what's happened is there's 2 of the migrants on the path, lady walking up with her pram, and she has to stop because they're not prepared to move. They're carrying on chatting. They give her a bit of a bad stare, carry on chatting. Look, my wife's not a liar. She's just telling me what she saw, yeah? So she's coming up because there's some traffic lights. As she leaves the traffic lights, one of them decides to jump out in front of her. So she doesn't know if it's an insurance scam or whatever, looking back in hindsight. But she stopped in time and then put her hands up. Didn't beep the horn, just put her hands up through the windscreen like, blimey heck, be careful. Next thing, she goes to drive away, and these 2 guys run after her. So the traffic comes to a stop. One's banging on her window, shouting in whatever language he's shouting, and another one's got a bottle in his hand and smashes it across her bonnet. Luckily, the traffic started moving, so she was able to carry on. I did think it might be worth calling the police, but they're not going to do anything. What colour were they? Brown. They both got beards. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of people like that. So, there's a tip. I
was going to say, I would suggest if you reported it, they would investigate your wife for racist undertones.
So not only that, they'll check the car tyres, won't they, Base? They want to know whether you're taxed, insured, everything except what the fucking incident's about.
Yeah, but basically, that's exactly what they would do. They would say, so what made you think that these were bad people? Well, they just jumped in front of live traffic on the road and then with a beer can screamed and...
No, it's a bottle, mate. They smashed a bottle across the bonnet of one of them smashed a bottle, whatever he was drinking. It wasn't alcohol, but it was a glass bottle and he smashed it right across her bonnet. Like, shouting. Oh, and the only word that she could understand, it was actually 2 words, which is white whore. So...
Well, let's get a couple of things straight here. This is just cultural differences. This is just normal cultural differences. They just speak in a different way, and I'm afraid you're going to have to get used to this. This is just different cultures in a melting pot. This is fine.
Yes,
that's a traditional greeting. They throw a bottle at your car and smash it on your bonnet
and call you a white whore.
This is multiculturalism at its best. Yeah, it's brilliant.
See, this is what
lucky man you are. Lucky man.
This is what they've been saying to us for 10 years. But the funny thing is, the normies are now waking up. You see so many normal people on Twitter speaking out, like women that they can't leave their house in the night, and and they don't really care being called out for all these they claim to be. They're petrified. They can't leave there in the night, and it's just like,
Can you have pepper spray over there?
no,
Yeah, we can have pepper spray. I mean, the
no,
thing is, it was quite.
no,
It was
you
quite.
you cannot have pepper spray. Pepper spray is a firearm. What we can have is identifying spray. Identifying spray.
Oh, I thought we
Is it-
could. Sorry,
no.
Grace. Go
is
on,
in
I
a-
didn't know
is-
that.
is in an identical can. But what it does, it sprays an ink on the person, and this
Yeah.
ink is very, very difficult to come off, but it's legal. So it looks like pepper spray, but it's 100% not pepper spray.
To my big worry was though that I thought, Jesus, I'm glad it wasn't a sunny day because my wife drives a convertible car. I thought, what would they have done then? You know, I'd probably be in prison by now because I would have hunted those motherfuckers down, and I would have. Oh, Jesus Christ! If I could get my hands on them. But you know, that's where my wife's sensible, and she's like, "No, forget it. I'm not. No harm's been done. You know, just calm down." But it really does boil my blood. It really does.
So, and the thing is, anything like this just seems to like disappear in like the ether of legacy media or even local papers. It'll just get pushed to one side, won't get mentioned, so you don't hear about this sort of stuff.
No,
And if
you don't.
do-
They
and
don't
if
want
you
you
do-
to know.
And if you do hear about something similar, they won't give you a description of the perps. They refuse to give you a description. It's so funny. There is so many cases now where they're looking for the public. I give you a prime example. There was a case on a bus where it took them 6 weeks to bring the perps faces out, and the pictures were perfect. You know, it's on a modern bus in London, and I thought, why would it take 6 weeks to get these photos out? Surely it was available within 6 hours, not 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And then you could put the perp space all over the bus on the same run.
It's because they had to use J-1246L form for this particular thing, and then
it's just bollocks,
X1465L for this other form, and it's bureaucracy. Red fucking tape.
The thing is, I think it's more than that sometimes, but the reality is, in a lot of cases now, they refuse or just don't give a description. We're looking for a man in his 30s. They won't even say if he's white, black, or Asian or anything. They won't say it, and if they don't say it, it's pretty obvious where.
Well, there's a lot of men in the 30s these days.
Well, that's it. Basically, if they don't give
It's two-tier policing, and it really
they're
is.
not white.
It's
They're 100% not white.
Last dance. If you think that's incarnation, let him on. I'm going to hit outside for 1 minute. Be right back. And continue.
Yeah, I haven't seen him though. It's just his. It's just his
last dance. Last week
logo avatar.
you were 100% right. That was Cranko last week. 100% right. Last dance.
What was I right about?
That was Cranko last week.
Oh yeah, I knew it was.
Yeah, I listened back and it was like 110%. I'll put money on it.
Which, I think the fact that, he's the only reason he's even bothering to talk is to get the right time to blast his crap, and cutting him off before he gets there must frustrate him so much.
Yeah, too right. Oh. Hey, RW.
Yo.
What you been up to today? What have you been doing?
My family's visiting from farther east in the state, so I was hanging out with my nephews and
Nice.
hanging out with an abandoned goat, and I was on cooking duty over the fire pit. So,
what did you cook?
I cooked vegetarian hot dogs. I cooked kosher beef hot dogs. I cooked chicken in mule barbecue sauce.
Wow.
And some asparagus. It's pretty simple, but you get locked into the fire and you can't escape. So.
Wow. Is it sunny where you are then? Was it sunny there today to have a barbecue?
No. I mean, yes, it wasn't bad. It was overcast.
Right.
My
okay.
my nephew's redhead, and he got a pretty wicked burn. So we'll see how he's doing tomorrow. But
Ouch. Yeah.
everyone
Oh,
else is fine.
Those
I actually have a
gingers,
question
man.
for you guys.
Yeah.
And Incarnation might actually want to dig into this one as well because he is not a fan of Trump. So the Smithsonian, Trump on March 27 signed an executive order aimed at reshaping the Smithsonian Institution. And the Grok definition, Smoke Wife shared an article on the Live Leak Discord. And the summary of it is that Trump argues that over the past decade, there's been a concerted effort to rewrite American history with a narrative driven by ideology rather than truth, negatively portraying the nation's founding principles. I don't know what has been changed or altered. I'm curious if anybody in this group has paid any attention to those things.
Well, one of the
Yeah.
things that comes to mind are that your American base is being renamed.
That was one, but more recently, in response to this, I heard that they were taking like any references to like Jackie Robinson and things of that nature out of
Your generals as well. Your
you know,
generals are all
Tuskegee
being-
Airmen, the Navajo Code Talkers. You know,
They just like changing history, don't they?
I remember the statues. Can we bring Incarnation up or no?
Well, I'd like him to show himself for a second.
I remember the statues being spray painted and taken down at different places over the last few years. I don't know if they renamed statues or just replaced them or whatever. Is the whole concept of this executive order to revert it back to what it was before that?
Well, I think this executive order is only about the Smithsonian.
The Smithsonian, yeah.
Last dance. Before you let them on, make sure they do something odd, like stick a finger on their nose.
well,
He
this
says
is
he
him
doesn't.
here.
He doesn't have a cam right now.
I
I don't-
believe him.
I don't mind taking a chance.
Go ahead.
All right, you're on, Incarnation.
Say something for me, buddy.
We know what he sounds like.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's him.
How's it going?
Hello.
Good.
All right, how you doing?
Hey, not too bad, guys. Yeah.
Good. Good.
All right, all right. RW wants you to comment on the Smithsonian thing.
Oh yeah. So what exactly is the question?
I'm just curious if you pay any attention to that, if you know what has been changed or what has been changed, or
For his executive order, you mean?
yeah. So if he's arguing that American history is being rewritten by ideology instead of truth, what aspects of I'd have to look in deeper of what exactly in the Smithsonian is being labeled, but
I mean, ultimately, everything is ideologically driven. I think that's kind of a stupid statement on a surface level. But I mean, I would agree that in the last 10 years, there's been some sort of introspection done on parts of our history where some people deem it necessary to remove public acknowledgement of certain historical figures.
it happened up in Canada.
Yeah, it happened with one of our with John A. Macdonald, who is, by all accounts, the first prime minister of Canada, right? So, like, he's by all accounts, an incredible historical figure in the country, but he was also incredibly racist, and was, how could I say it, a pioneer in the genocide of First Nations in Canada. So, for as great of a patriot as he is, he was a disgusting human being. So, there was a conversation had about how we should publicly acknowledge his contribution to the country, and removing certain statues, with respects to, human rights, or in areas of human rights, they removed his mentions, or him in general. Right. It's kind of hard in modern times to champion human rights when you have the first prime minister who basically wanted first the natives dead. Right. So how do you grapple with that? I think that's what he's alluding to with his executive order.
Interesting.
Right, actually, in this scenario, it doesn't really sound like you're against it.
Well, I mean, it's a give and take. Like, I don't think that we should hide away from our history, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, the guy was the first Prime Minister of Canada. His contributions to the Federation are not to be scoffed at. So despite that, yeah, he was still a horrible person, as a human being. So, I can recognize his contributions to the country and also say I don't think we should have a statue of him on the footstep of our democracy because he doesn't represent what the country is today.
I'm curious who took his place.
Nobody. But this is a conversation had by the right wingers in our country where they're like, "Oh, we want to bring back the statue of John A. Macdonald." And I'm on the fence about it. Like, I don't really care. Like, I think it's stupid to have statues to begin with. But I don't think it's anything worth arguing about.
One thing that is kind of interesting about Trump in this executive order is with the Smithsonian, it singles out the forthcoming American Women's History Museum, which does not yet physically exist, but orders it to not recognize men as women. That's important to old Trump.
As per the federal gender thing?
Yes, that's part of that, and part of this order includes an exhibit the museum curated, which is currently at the National Museum of American History, includes a T-shirt from a trans non-binary athlete. That is contradictory to the law, so that's going to have to be removed.
So you got the Olympics, and you're holding the Olympics, and the next year, I don't know when.
I think so.
LA, yeah.
So we I think we touched the subject the other day, saying about what's the score there then, because it'll be illegal in America. So who overrides that? Is it America or the is it not UEFA? What is it? Olympics body? Who would it be?
The Olympics, the FAI, the FIA,
AOC, right? Or IOC?
IOC, yeah,
The International Olympic Committee. That's correct.
Yeah.
So they'll be the overall. Well, I don't think Trump will be happy if they go against Trump on that.
But I think the only place that the government can actually legislate this is at the amateur level, or like if they can't, like if like professionals want to dress up as whatever the hell they want to, there is nothing from stopping them. So I think it's just only on amateur level that the government can really, say something.
And it's also the International Olympic Committee makes its own rules. The federal law hasn't been changed yet, so but there's no conflict there. And
for example, though, would a biological man dressing in women's clothes and doing all the things, they wouldn't be allowed in the American training squad or to qualify into the American training squad because
yes they would.
Yes, they
would.
So what's the point to the ban then?
It's just amateurs. It's the only place that this executive order would only apply to where the government has reach, right? The government can't tell you who to sleep with and how you can sleep with somebody, nor can they tell you how to dress. The only place they can do it is at the amateur level. In schools, colleges, but like I said, if you want to set up a league of transvestites playing, I don't know, fucking dodgeball or something, I don't know, like you can do it. There's nothing illegal about it.
Right?
No. But the whole thing about competing in women's only sporting events.
Based. I just looked that up because I thought it's a really interesting question. The answer that the Google's given me is that the United States will basically deny visas to transgender people.
Right. Exactly. So they I don't know that they can directly. It's like Incarnation says. There's just no federal reach in a lot of these things, but the federal government may contribute money to to some of this, and they can potentially change that. They can deny visas. They can do
lots of
things.
Said. I don't know if I cut out that stance. But that is the way around it. I was just. I don't know if you heard. I said looking on Google, and it says the United States government has instructed its consular officials across the world
Well, wouldn't Doge be involved with that? It seems like a waste of time searching out every single athlete and denying visas on certain ones.
Please present your
really-
genitals. We need
who
pictures of your genitals.
Honestly, I do really care, but
Well, what could be a bigger waste than the Olympics itself in terms of money? But that's Los Angeles's money, not the federal government's.
That's right.
Well, let's be honest with you. Whenever the companies who supply all this shit for this stupid thing go bankrupt, who do you think pays it?
Yeah,
they don't have to build anything for LA, do they? They're not building a ghost.
Of course they do. Of course they do, man.
No, but I mean,
Every time the Olympics goes to a city, they leave a trail of absolute destruction behind them.
Right.
It varies though. Like LA has a professional soccer team. LA has tons of different stadiums, obviously huge NCAA pools. I'm sure they're going to use a lot of the college tracks and stuff like that, where they have big stands. They might have to build a few buildings, but it's not going to be like these places where they go in and build 30 massive structures that never get used again. I hope.
That's what I was wondering.
They should have a fair amount of it covered with only maybe a couple billion to drop on structures.
Well, they'll be able to retrofit, but it's everything else, the temporary villages, the temporary crap, all the temporary shit that they have to put up.
The condoms.
Yeah, the condoms, yeah. The beds, like I don't know if you ever seen the beds, like whew.
Yeah, I mean these athletes are smoking hot and they're all fucking full of
I don't know, smoking hot, buddy. I think maybe like less than a single digit athletes are hot. Most of them are ugly as sin.
I'm not looking at the men.
No, I'm talking about the women.
All right. I don't know. The Summer Olympics, there's a lot of good-looking women in there, but I mean, they're all in good shape. They're all, intermingling.
Man,
must be a
It
sex.
doesn't like pole vaulting. The distance that women can jump is very important for society.
So there is actually a no-build strategy for these Olympics.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
This is, of course, according to Grok, which I have been able to stop thinking because Grok does it for me. It does say that there will be an Olympic village constructed.
An Olympic
You
Village,
get
okay.
Tesla credits every time you say that, Last Dance?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Got to do whatever I can during my retirement.
Are the Olympics this year or next year?
2028.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
I
oh
thought
wow.
the cup was this year. It's not till next year.
So then what's this year?
Nothing.
Nothing.
World Cup in it next year.
Just international pubs.
2026 is the World Cup, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's Winter Olympics as well then.
Hmm.
What's
So
Winter
when?
Olympics?
I don't know. Where's the World Cup this year? Next year.
It's in America.
Who won last time?
It's in the U.S. this
I don't
time?
know where it is in America, but it's in America.
Oh, that's cool. I'll be able to watch the games.
I thought
Yeah.
I thought World Cup went to the country that won it the last time.
No.
No.
Okay,
No.
I asked the question. I asked Grok, can a biological male compete in U.S. female Olympics team? I was
It's gonna show you local single women in your area.
As from March the 30th, 2025, the eligibility of biological male defined here as someone assigned male or birth to compete in the U.S. female Olympic team depends on policies of international federation governments, so the IFG, the Olympic question as well as.
So it seems like a fairly ambiguous answer. It doesn't say yes or no.
No.
Oh, man,
Hey,
now
just
I
to
gotta
change
look
the
up
subject,
Cambodia.
just to change the subject for a second, and this is a real curveball as well. I know there's more information to come out. I think it's in about a couple of weeks' time. But have any of you seen the story on what they think they've discovered underneath the pyramids?
No, I've heard.
Yes,
I've heard some
yes.
people like digging on that yesterday, but I didn't know it was something new.
What do you think? What do you think, Steve? Do you think it's real or?
Well, what? What are you talking
Nothing.
about?
Nothing. It's a giant goose egg.
What
Oh,
are
do you
Under
think
the-
that? Yeah.
Under the
Yeah.
pyramid, it's a large aquifer or a large dried out aquifer, like they've known for like probably the last 4,000 years.
Right.
I don't think it's anything, man. And these pillars they're talking about that go down 2 kilometers, they
No.
don't exist. It's impossible.
That's what I was thinking.
Don't discount human ingenuity.
Well, we're not talking about humans here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
if if it was real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I seen the Piers Morgan thing the other day, and they had some. They had four geezers on there, all with beards, basically. There was like two traditional on the narrative, and there was like 2 on the outside of the narrative. If you get my drift.
Yeah.
And even the ones on the outside of the narrative did say that there's a lot of people looking, and we need more evidence really before we dive in there. And the thing is with the Egypt and the pyramids is the controlling the controlling government body that controls everything goes on in there. It's a very sort of corrupt, very much backwards sort of setup down there. They don't like anything that doesn't fall into the narrative. They'll discount as false. So I don't know, but even the skeptics were saying, hold your horses. We need more research, and we need to find out more. But they've done it using LiDAR, and LiDAR can't really go down that depth. Really,
No, it was a satellite from. I know LiDAR can be from a plane, but it was more to do with laser reflections coming back up, apparently. But they also say that they're going to release more information in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time, I'm still very skeptical. I really am.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm very skeptical too.
Bottlecap just shared that Canada is in one of 3 nations, Mexico, U.S., and Canada, that'll actually be hosting the Cup.
For the World Cup, yeah.
I'm curious where you're doing it and if you're building.
Toronto, and no, they're just going to do it in the Rogers Center.
Okay. Well, there's some money for you guys. There you go.
Okay, so they used synthetic aperture radar, which combines satellite radar data with tiny vibrations from naturally occurring seismic movement. The radar was used to create high-resolution 3D images of the underground structures, a method similar to sonar to map the ocean floor.
Where did the LiDAR bit come in then? Because I know they mentioned the LiDAR. And I thought, because I know they've done LiDAR in the Amazon. Unless I'm getting confused with that.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to use LiDAR for for very deep. Like LiDAR is only surface level stuff.
That's what I was thinking. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't work out how they, because LiDAR, like you said, doesn't go deep, does it?
No, it's just for like surface level stuff. But they call this synthetic aperture radar. That's what they call a SAR. And they can see view of ancient Egypt inside the Great Step. They say that there's stuff below. And this is the image that they apparently have found. Here, let me post. Oh, I don't know if I can post it.
Back chat, private
chat. We'll screen share it. I mean, it's interesting, and there, I would look to the construction of the pyramids as something that's obviously. Some of those stones are massive. How they got them in place?
70 tons. Some of those stones are.
Yeah, there's some
How do you
stones.
lose that knowledge? How does that just disappear?
Yeah.
There's some stuff they did down in South America where there's huge tonnage stones cut and fit together with such a tight joint that you can't even put a piece of paper between them, and they're cut at angles with 2 stones. Like mitered in like this, then each one of them weighs, multiple tons. And how they cut them and how they did it so perfectly, it's still kind of a mystery.
I don't think so. I think it's pretty. I don't think it's really hard to wrap your head around it. I'll be honest.
What? All right. Show us how.
Most of the I mean, listen. If you understand. Like, I don't mean, like, you don't need like to be a scientist to understand that something that is harder than something else will effectively like rub it off, right? So if you're just using this idea that granite is harder than limestone, so if I rub granite on limestone, I will cut limestone. This idea, and then you multiply that with time, which people 4,000 or 5,000 years ago had a shit ton of it. They had a lot of time on their hands. I don't really think, and slaves. I don't really think it's that inconceivable to think that they did this. Like, I think this is fairly easy.
It's not inconceivable, but it is a monumental amount of manpower.
But we're not even talking so much.
Yeah,
It's 2 million blocks. We're talking about transporting the blocks as well. No,
I think it's the same thing.
Not up the pyramid. No. The hundreds of miles from the quarry to site.
I mean, it's the same thing as what Incarnation says. If you know 10 people can pull a 200-pound block, then 10 times as many people could pull
on
10
sand.
times as big of a block.
On sands. No.
They didn't carry it on sand. They carried it on the water, right? And we have the boats. They have the boats, like intact boats that were large enough to carry massive granite blocks to the pyramids, right? So they know that they did it down the Nile. They have the evidence for that. So we know that they carried them down the Nile.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it wasn't possible. I guess I find it interesting and intriguing, and it certainly wipes away anything that would make somebody think, they couldn't do anything. It really just shows you the amount of motivation, the amount of thought they put into things, and it really is advanced. It was like they were so advanced. It was so long ago. Then after they were gone, it seemed like humankind sort of regressed, and then kind of came back from it in a way. But yeah, I mean,
I think if we look at history, you'll see times of prosperity brings about times of great waste. And to call the pyramids nothing but a massive waste of resource and energy just to simply bury somebody would be obviously it's a waste, right? So it's clear that the Egyptians and during those civilizations, they had astronomical amount of money, astronomical wealth.
They didn't bury him in pyramids.
It doesn't matter, man. Like these people had enough wealth.
They buried them. So why did they build them? Why did they build them?
It doesn't. The purpose for why they built them is irrelevant.
Yeah,
it was
obviously important.
They spent an insane amount of resources for hundreds of years to build one useless building.
Yeah, why? If it wasn't to bury the pharaohs or anything,
it was to bury the pharaohs. They find pharaohs in literally all the pyramids. It was to bury the pharaohs.
Well, if the pharaoh was a god king, then they were burying their god. So maybe it was that important to that society.
Yeah, it was. That's why they built tons of them. But the crazy part to me is just how wealthy that civilization was that they were able to do this, right?
What about the aspect of power?
What do you mean?
Building the pyramids, when someone sees that, I mean, that's an aspect of power of a nation. People did that together.
Yeah, I mean, what's a powerful nation if not a wealthy one, right?
But let's not forget as well. I mean, we look at the pyramids and think, pyramids, blah blah. When you look how many they're not that unique. When you look around the world, there are pyramids everywhere. And you'll literally go to the Incas, but there are pyramids in so many other countries as well. But you look at Egypt because obviously maybe they were the first. Probably the good
scale. It's the scale.
It's
the
scale.
It's the scale.
But they weren't unique. They were all around the world.
The Great Pyramids of Giza were definitely unique. These things are like gargantuan compared to every other pyramid.
The Mayan buildings were not scale.
No, the Great Pyramid of Giza is monumentally bigger, I think, than the biggest Mayan temple, probably by a factor of 4 or 5.
In the day, they were perfect. What is that shape called? The triangle, what with 4 angles leading
tetrahedron.
Yeah, back in the day, they were almost a perfect version of that. They've been weathered.
I was just looking as well. The biggest pyramid in the world is in Mexico. Yeah. Largest pyramid by volume in the world. Sorry?
I think that one's called Tacuana.
Yeah, yeah, it's the biggest pyramid. So Egypt didn't necessarily be. But my point is I'm not to try and prove anybody wrong. It's just they're not as unique as you think. They were spread throughout the world, and that in itself starts to make you think. Well, why was this being repeated all around the world at that time?
Well,
Yeah,
I think that's a fair question.
Sure.
Right. I think that's a fair question because there is enough like thought to be put into that, right? Like, were they built like on Pangea, or like when the continents were a lot closer together, that this sort of knowledge was able to be sort of passed? Like, because to think that in Egypt and in Mexico they're building similar structures, and they're how many thousands of miles away? Like, where do they get these ideas?
Can I throw something out there that atheists aren't going to appreciate?
Sure.
Spiritism.
Well,
So communication with entities. Shamans existed all over the world, and those cultures didn't know each other. So
yeah, but you say that, RW. It's a really good documentary I watched. I'm going back 5 or 6 years ago, where when they like exhumed the Egyptian mummies, and I'm not talking about those that are necessarily kings. Just anyone who had a little bit of money would at least be embalmed and buried, and then they find them.
I didn't realize you said kings. I was a little concerned.
But my point was being that when they do the examination of the skeletons, there were some that were found with impacted cocoa leaves, cocaine in their teeth. So it was being used, as it was many years ago anyway, for doing dental work. And then the whole investigators were like, hang on a minute, that's coming from South America. So how come the Egyptians have got it? And they were able to prove that the trade routes, that they were sailing thousands of miles. We think that they were so primitive, but actually they were trading, sailing and trading goods all over the world. And it's like, that's the only way. And I think they were able to prove as well some of the trade routes, and the cocoa leaves were one of the things that the South Americans sold. So sometimes we label them as being a bit like, they're locked in their country. They're not that intelligent. In fact, the free trade was going on many thousands.
I hear you.
I hadn't heard that.
If the trade, if
I'll send you the link, Steve. It's a really good documentary.
If man was communicating all over the world all the way back to that time, then religion in itself, by word of mouth and tradition, could travel to every location. I believe all of those structures are all to the gods.
Did you ever see it was about 15 years ago, there was a news story as well where they found a Roman, equivalent of a longboat off whether it sank or just the water levels had changed, a Roman like longboat off the coast of Canada. And they never thought the Romans had ever traveled that far, but obviously, whether they got lost, I don't know.
We don't know that the Romans traveled that far. That's
it was one ship. It was Roman. They found swords, shields, and some
right.
coin.
I know, but you could have a castaway ship, right? Like like a ship could have been swept off from
exactly.
Whatever, right? So we don't know that the Romans actually traveled there. Like we know that the Vikings actually settled Canada.
New England too.
Yeah, and New England well before Christopher Columbus ever came about. But there's a thing though, like I am plenty willing to accept the idea that the First Natives or the natives that we know here are more Asian than they are native, right? They come from the Asian continent. They crossed over here from a land bridge when the water levels were considerably lower. So if the idea is that land bridges or continents as we know them are vastly different when you start removing water, then to somebody's points earlier, trade routes could have been vastly different and people could have been continent hopping 10,000, 20,000 years ago for all we know. Because the world looked a hell of a lot different 20,000 years ago than it did today.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right. I mean, a man can definitely accomplish sea travel with primitive things if they really wanted to.
Not ocean, not open sea travel.
Why can't we say that?
Because open sea travel is a lot harder because it's very hard to navigate. There's no point of reference, so it's very hard to navigate. Two, the waves, the scale of things is insanely different.
What about sheer luck?
Sure, I'm willing to accept. Like again, like you can accept sheer luck every once in a while, fine, but like to say that they're able to carry knowledge with them enough to be able to build pyramids off of like one random ship that somehow escaped the Mediterranean all those years ago, I don't know. Like that's a bit too much of a stretch for me.
Right.
What about the great seafarers from the South Pacific?
I was just going to mention that.
Yes.
Those people could do shit.
So the island hoppers, the island hoppers are a little bit different, and there's written account somewhat of how they do it, and they mainly did it during the day, and they use birds and the sun to do it. And they would find land basically doing that. But when you're in the middle of the ocean, there is no birds, there is nothing. So during the day, like unless it's at night, and you have to you can only sail at night in the open seas back then, because during the day you have no point of reference, right? Like you have no way of knowing right from wrong, south from north, unless you're looking at the sun. But then again, you have to know what time it is for you to know what direction the sun is pointing in. So open sea travel just is very difficult.
Here's another one for you then, which I'll be interested in all your points of view individually. Is so around about, say, if I'm right, you'll have to look it up. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but about 400, maybe even 500. I think it's about 400,000 years ago, Neanderthals were around, and then about 100,000 years after that, we appear, and we believe through DNA testing that there's a bit of interbreeding going on. But about 30,000 years ago, the Neanderthals sort of die out. But that missing link as to being able to prove where we came from, just nobody's found it. And I think that blows my mind. So I'm going to start with you, Steve. Do you think we were put here, or do you think it's somehow we evolved? And go round. What do you all think? I want to be interested.
Oh yeah, I think we've evolved.
Right.
We're continuing.
Last dance.
Oh, I have no doubt that we evolved.
But how? Okay, let's let my marks go around. Come on, then, Biscuit. What do you think? Is he there even? RW.
We were created by the Father, biblical,
and he put us here. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Based
with the Neanderthals too.
I don't believe so.
After the last few years, I don't trust anything, so I wouldn't put anything past anything. At this
Incarnation.
Yeah, there definitely isn't a missing link, and we are definitely apes, and we are definitely born of evolution.
You think? So you think we evolved from apes? Really?
No, we didn't evolve from apes. Oh. We are apes.
We're a primate, as in
yes,
we're a version
are apes.
But
we did not evolve from apes.
Why no?
We are genetically we're pretty close to chimpanzees.
We are pretty close.
Yes, yes. We're great apes. So we're a genus. We're a genus of the great apes. That's
but why no history then of of skeletons or anything else? I just think it's odd that all of a sudden we get. Well, there's different forms of Homo sapiens.
I don't really think there is
not in the human form.
But what do you mean there is? I don't understand. There's tons of fossils. There's tons of skulls. We have skulls that clearly show the transition.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Australopithecine afarensis, I believe that was Lucy, amongst a few others. They were found a couple million years ago, and it appears they were just about able to walk upright from knuckle draggers, and there's a fairly consistent progression through there. If you want to bring up one interesting thing is Neanderthals, there appeared to be a time when they did exist at the same time as Homo sapiens.
Europeans have part Neanderthal. And there's see, here's the thing, like I'm not ready to accept the full history that we have, because I don't think we know exactly how the weather or how the environment was for a long time. Like I think we're just we fail to completely grasp exactly how the environment was. So Europeans do have Neanderthal DNA in them, as far as we know. So there was coexistence, there was breeding between the two. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and they killed a lot of them. The Homo sapiens killed them all, I think, eventually, right?
or
Yeah.
outbred them. Yeah, either you kill them
Yeah,
or
I mean-
outbreed them. It's one or the other.
There's no way to know for sure because there aren't enough records to be sure.
Right. And we always, in our current, culture, we say Neanderthal as sort of a derogatory thing.
Yeah.
But, we don't know if they were really these idiots. They could have been brilliant too. I mean, although I suppose they can study their skull and brain structure and probably come up with a pretty good hypothesis of how smart they're going to be,
I don't know if they could. I don't know if they could measure their brain structure, but they could probably figure out how big their skulls are, and then from there
Yeah,
you could say
exactly.
well, they have a big enough brain. But it could also be it could also just be the fact that they could have had bad timing. They could have been bigger specimen, because I think Neanderthals are known to be a little bit bigger, right? I think a little bit more nomadic, and they could have just been hit by 100 or 200 years of colder weather where us Homo sapiens who are more social were able to pool together our energy and keep warm, and the Neanderthal just got killed out because they were a little bit more nomadic compared to it could literally be just that.
Sure.
That made the difference between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals.
How about this for a theory? We were more effectively violent than they were, and they were less. They were more intelligent, but
more efficient in our
we
violence.
were more efficient in violence. That's right.
How about the fact that some professional athletes, really good ones, kind of have that sloping forehead, look.
Thick brow.
Thick brow. I mean, I honestly have a thick brow. It's been I got into a car accident when I was younger, and the doctor was like, wow, this guy's got a really thick skull. Maybe I'm part Neanderthal, or you think about you look at you look at just pick out any athletes. A lot of them, Johnny Damon from the Red Sox, Alex Rodriguez, a lot of the football players, a lot of rugby players look Neanderthalish. It's maybe they're part of us. It's entirely not impossible, right?
The only thing we need to find is DNA. I don't know if we have Neanderthal DNA, but if we find Neanderthal, well, we do have Neanderthal DNA. That's how we know if you, depending on where you are from Europe, you likely have some form of Neanderthal.
I think
DNA.
I think I've read that it's like the DNA of one single Neanderthal individual that has survived.
Yeah, something wild.
Huh.
Amazing.
And over 1 million Americans have George Washington's DNA.
We all have Genghis Khan's DNA,
That's how it was. Even back then, rock stars, they got laid even in the 1700s.
What instrument did Genghis Khan play? The sword?
I was
Sitar.
Yeah, by rock star, I was using the general concept of a famous and popular figure.
Well, he could have played an instrument. I'm just curious.
Yes, he could have.
Guest for the pub, LOL. Yeah, funny, John Grammaticus. Interesting.
He played the clitar.
Clitar, that's funny. So we didn't really get into the whole Signal app discussion as a group here.
I mean, what's there to talk about?
You can get back to it if you want.
Well, we can go there, or I have a short clip to share of something else. So,
well, you're
the guy. Let's see what the clip is first, and then we'll vote.
All right. Yeah, this just takes a couple of swift clicks, and I will do that. And then we go here and yep. All right. So a little context to this. A grad student was taken by ICE. She went to Tufts University, intelligent person. And there hasn't been much of a reason for her detainment. She had a legitimate student visa and yada, yada. So here is Marco Rubio discussing that with the reporter.
Mr. Secretary, a Turkish student in Boston was detained and handcuffed on the street by plainclothes agents. A year ago, she wrote an opinion piece, Gaza War. Could you help us understand what the action
Can you turn it up for us, buddy?
led to her visa?
Okay. Let me get back
Pardon
here.
me, sorry.
Student in Boston was detained and handcuffed on the street by plainclothes agents. A year ago, she wrote an opinion piece about Gaza War. Could you help us understand what the specific action she took led to her visa being revoked?
Yeah.
And what was your State Department's role in that process?
Oh, we revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We revoked it, and here's why. And I'll say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear, okay? If you go apply for a visa right now, anywhere in the world, let me just send this message out. If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing students, taking over buildings, creating a ruckus, we're not going to give you a visa. If you lie to us and get a visa and then enter the United States and with that visa participate in that sort of activity, we're going to take it. And once you've lost your visa, you're no longer legal in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country. They're going to go to your university as visitors. They're visitors, and say, I'm going to universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in. Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students.
All right, real quick. So she hasn't been proven to have started a riot or destroyed property. As the reporter who asked the question asked specifically about her, and as far as this reporter and people seem to be able to find, is she wrote a very biased and opinionated article.
So you know, it's interesting to parse what Rubio is saying here and what he's not saying. He's kind of like every politician, he's dodging the question. He's talking about if you apply for a visa. Well, that's not her case. She has the visa. She's already in the country. So all that stuff, while might be interesting, it's not relevant to her case.
He did say she lied. He did say she lied, so she might have said all the right things for the application, and then when she's here, she starts doing things that
but again, some people did. Now he's grouping her, and if he comes out and says, okay, here's where she destroyed property, here's where she spread anti-Semitic information and threatened Jewish students, made them feel unwelcome or even threatened by violence on campus, fine. She's gone. If all she did was write an article, then this is they really have to be transparent with this and make us understand why.
Let's say that she was a member of Students for Justice in Palestine or some other group. There's other groups too. That's one's the most well known. And suppose that some members of that group vandalize the school. That doesn't make her guilty by association.
Right.
She's only guilty if she vandalized the school.
And what he seems to be doing is making her guilty by association.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now I don't know for sure because he doesn't have to give details. and he hasn't given enough details yet. So,
But isn't
nobody
that the
knows for sure.
isn't that the important point, Last Dance, is that as much as you think sometimes a politician, I'm not saying this is the case, but it could be, as much as you see a politician you think starting in the question, there might be, in the ways that they do it, that they don't want the public to know, they might know a lot more about her than you know, than I know, or anybody knows. And when they're looking at her WhatsApp messages and it's being anti-Semitic and everything else, they're thinking, we don't want this person in this country. Off you go.
You're right, Lee. That could be the case, but I don't believe it.
Can I jump in there a second? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sure. Jump in. Jump.
Yeah. Yeah. I get a bit of, look, the word he mentioned there, which is before he even made the speech, was the word that I kept guest. You're a fucking guest. You're a guest in the country, and you fuck around and you find out. We don't need you here, right? My attitude, if I was them, would be exactly the same. You're not providing it. As it turns out, you're full of shit. And I understand where Last Dance is coming from, but you've got to draw a line at some point and just say, no, fuck you.
So then what you're saying is all the American citizen students can say and do anything that falls under the Constitution, Bill of Rights, completely fine. But the ones that are here visiting have to follow a separate set of rules.
Well, like I've always said, the Constitution gives you those protections.
Technically, she's supposed to have most of those protections. Obviously, not all, but this is what I'm saying. Like, they need to really outline this. Is there now going to be two sets of standards? One for foreign students, one for American students?
Of course, it should be.
No, but the thing is, Steve, this is the. I'm like Last Dance. We won't know for sure, but it's not impossible. If you go and write a biased article and other students from your country that have been invited in to be able to study for a degree, if you go and write a biased article, now you just put a red flag above your head and those people will be monitored. And there might be more to this girl than we ever know, as I said. Now, it might well be that there isn't, but it's just interesting, isn't it? Because how many other students from her country are studying in America and aren't being kicked out? But she writes a biased article, and like I said, we don't know what she's doing privately. But do you know what? Your government might know what she is doing privately, and they're not worth the risk.
I think transparency would solve all of this. But what it comes down to is college campuses are kind of a place for a little bit of revolution, a little bit of revolutionary thinking. Kids are still dumb. They're still kids, but all of a sudden they're adults. So they're trying to find their way in the world. So there's nothing unusual about like this sort of behavior on college campuses.
I know if I was a guest in Turkey, and I got a 2-year student visa in Turkey, I wouldn't get involved in any political business going on there.
That's because we proudly stay. We are not Turkey. We don't want to be Turkey.
Exactly.
No. But if I was in America, I wouldn't get involved in it because I'm a guest, and that can be revoked. That can be revoked at any time.
I wouldn't want to draw attention to myself by writing a biased article. I mean, what is she doing? That just one act is just stupidity. You're there to study and get your degree. You're not there to call.
I mean,
well, I don't understand.
Maybe she was energized by the freedom of speech in America and decided to write an article.
But what's the core?
We're not afraid. We're not afraid of thoughts here in the United States. You can write stuff down. We're not going to kick you out for thinking the wrong thoughts.
I was going to ask, what's the core issue here? The core issue is that she wrote something that was speaking ill of Trump.
Up till now, that's all we know that she's done.
See, that's the thing, Incarnation, is according to the administration, that's not why she's being deported. But that's the only piece of evidence that we actually can confirm.
I see.
Which is disappointing in my mind. And Eastwood Farms, I hear you. You're saying basically, if you're a guest, keep your mouth shut. But then now at this point, what you're saying, Eastwind, is, and you other guys, is that yes, there are two sets of rules for students, and students who are American citizens can behave one way. Students who are here on a student visa have to behave in another way. In other words, if all the American citizen students are saying, we're going to go grab a keg and some shrooms and go protest these warmongers down at the fucking, down at the bowl or whatever they call it at a particular university, the foreign kids have to say, no, we can't come. We can't, come to the party, come to the protest. We got to basically, like, we could get kicked out for that. That seems
There are, well, I think it's important, and I think it's important if you're going to do that as a country that you don't hold the Constitution to that regard, because part of what makes the United States attractive to students and to people who want to come study in the United States and potentially earn a career here is the opportunities, and those opportunities are birthed from the fact that they're upheld by the Constitution. So it's like, at what point, okay, are you just willing to say, well, you know what, fuck it, you know what, I'm done with the Constitution, or I'm done with this part of the Constitution at the very least, and where does it end, right?
Yeah, because in the same token, I totally agree. If I went to China to study, and then I'm at the university saying, you know what, I think your Chinese government is a bit oppressive. I think you guys should join me, and we'll start a party to try and overthrow the government because we don't agree with the way that they do things. I'd be thrown out the country. I'd probably be arrested and never get out the country. So,
right, but you know this. Wait, stop. You know this when you enter China. When you enter the United States, you are told that you are protected by the Constitution, and the Constitution allows you to speak freely. So there is a fundamental difference when you are choosing to go to the United States comparative to China. Now, I'm not saying that people should just walk into the United States and say, fuck the United States. That's not my point. But the United States, like, it advertises itself, right, to those people, and those people like value the United States for those reasons. So I don't know.
What it comes down to is censorship. I've always been against censorship, and I've always been pro free speech. All right, let's change it a little. What if the person wrote a song, a really good song, and now this song is the reason they're going to get deported? I mean,
like a violent rap song or something with
well, it doesn't matter.
They're lyrics or something
they're illegal. Maybe it's a song about the same subject that her speech was about.
Okay, yeah.
But it's now put into an artistic expression rather than an article. Now you deport them for that. And let alone like deporting somebody for writings, punishing people for writings, putting them in jail for writings. To me, at its base, is un-American and unconstitutional.
Okay, then. So, what about the Tate brothers? Do you think they should stay in the USA then?
They're gone. They're back in Romania.
You're saying freedom of speech. They've got opinions. It's all freedom of speech, isn't it? And the way they think about women. So why can't they just stay in the USA then and carry on doing what they're doing?
Well, they certainly could stay in the USA if the only thing they've done wrong is have bad opinions. But I believe they're charged with a crime in Romania.
Yeah, and they're back in Romania. They're not in the US right now.
They're back in Romania. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that's different though, right? I think that's different. And there are cases in the United States where American citizens are charged for saying things on camera or even in a song. So I don't really see how that tracks.
Topple asks, what was the crime? I'm just making that as a point. Like, where do you draw the line at this? If it's an expression, can you just deport somebody? What it literally is they revoked her student visa, as he said. Therefore, at that moment that it's revoked, she is therefore illegally in the country and, susceptible to deportation. So it's that simple. So they can, what it comes down to is they can revoke your student visa for essentially whatever they want. And it has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, I will note that those are two separate steps. The revocation of the visa is a step. The deportation is a different process. It is another step.
That's kind of what he said.
And deportation, you do have a right to go to appear before an immigration judge. So
Did he say deportation or removal?
it's the same thing.
Same thing, right? Yeah.
So I googled, is everyone protected by the U.S. Constitution in the U.S. and it says yes, but there is provision. The U.S. citizen has full protection. Non-citizens have a broad protection. Obviously, there's undocumented migrants. They call it significant protection. Non-residents, UK, non-residents outside the U.S., minimum protection. So it changes.
Right, it does. This person.
You'd have to read like loads to even have some sort of idea.
Yeah, see, we're definitely, as these guys are pointing out in the chat here, what did her writings contain? We don't know. Why is she deported? We really don't know. According to this reporter and what they're saying, that's all that they can find. She does appear to be a student activist. Again, that shouldn't be a problem. I would like the Alien. What's it called? The Alien Enemies Act.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what she's being charged with. I'm not really clear exactly what laws and processes are being applied to her.
Well, I do believe the article had some tinges of pro-Hamas.
Oh, I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that I know what her opinions are. The question is under what laws and what parts of what laws is her visa being revoked and is she being deported for? I wish we had a lawyer on this show.
We used to have,
but I don't know. Like, just okay. Here's one thing I want to ask, right? And I think this is just my opinion at this point. But like, do you need a reason to revoke somebody's visa? Like, ultimately, the government can decide, right? Like the government can decide. Like,
yeah, that's why I say there's two different processes.
Yeah.
The revocation of the visa is solely at the discretion of Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. But the deportation is a separate process. Now, I don't know what it means to have. Can you simultaneously have your visa revoked, but a judge says you can't be deported? What does that mean? It's like limbo. I don't see. This is why I need a lawyer on this show to kind of.
Well, this is why they have immigration courts, right? And like you can plead a case, or like there's some there are some sticky situations where like saying like you need to go back to your original country just isn't something that is like actually feasible, right? And somebody could reasonably argue that it's great that you terminate my visa, but if I have nowhere to go back in my country, I'm effectively dying. Like, right? Like, so I have a job here, I'm working, I'm a good citizen, whatever crap you want to say, fine. Now sending me back home will ultimately kill me. Can you justify why you want to kill me? Right? And that's when the immigration court comes in and, they're like, well, we don't like the look of your jib.
Yeah, they just, on your exact subject, Incarnation, they just revoked like 500,000 of those emergency visas that they gave to a bunch of Haitian refugees, I guess. And yeah, that country in particular, that if they get sent back to, they could be in serious trouble, But
yeah.
Is it only that reason that we took them is because we're geographically close? The same reason why the UK got flooded with people because of their geographic location, and a lot of the EU?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, right?
100%. That's literally what it is. It's all about how easy it is for people in horrible situations to move. Like,
Get to the closest safe country, I guess, right?
Yep, it's really what it comes down to.
I mean,
I guess we will learn a lot as these things proceed through their.
You do realize the UK. There's a channel between the UK and France. 30 miles.
40 miles. Yeah.
Pretty busy. It's not easy to get to the UK, but they keep on coming to the UK.
It's not easy to get to the UK. I mean, the Mediterranean is pretty easy to get across, and then once you're across the Mediterranean into Europe, it's pretty easy to get around. Like that's the problem with Europe, right? Like all they have to do is get across the Mediterranean. Once they're across the Mediterranean and they're into Europe, they can. It's hard to keep. It's hard to kick them out.
The UK is an island.
I mean, as much as the UK wants to say it's separated from Europe,
Mate, I used to film them arriving, mate. I know all about this fucking subject in the UK.
yeah, you see the boats coming straight onto it, right on. Right
Yeah,
into the UK.
In 2020, I was filming them at 6 in the morning. Coming
But
into Dover.
the point of the matter is, though, just for your understanding, Incarnation, yeah, when they're leaving the countries to come across to Europe, yeah, because it's war torn or whatever their excuse might be. Some of them, I'm sure, are genuine. But you travel across the Mediterranean, they generally land in Greece, and then they go to Italy, and then they work their way up to Germany, or Austria and Germany. Then they go through France, or they go through Belgium and Holland, and then they come here. Yeah. Now, the moment you land in Greece, or the moment you're in Italy, you're safe. You're
I know.
And you're in
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
And you're in a European country, yeah? So why is it that they can travel all the way then to the top of Europe to come into our country? Because we're soft bastards and we give them everything.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not necessarily that you're soft bastards. I think that is
We
the
are.
wrong.
We're fucking idiots.
That is the wrong thing to say. The Western countries are by and large, incredibly wealthy and have the means and capacity to do it in a reasonable manner. The problem is that this mentality has been taken advantage of by our governments and by other people who know that. But at the end, no, let me finish here. Let me finish here.
I am.
Let me finish here. I just want to say, there is no reason why we as Western countries can't help people from fucked up places.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
Let's get.
I gave Incarnation the floor, so just give me a sec. The other thing you got to realize is when it comes to Northern Europe, such as France, we pay them millions of dollars a month to guard their shores and stop them coming over. And Base will be the best person who could probably put his finger on a link now. And the French police are on the beach and they're watching them. And our taxpayers' money is going to the French government to stop them from doing it, and they do fuck all.
I think it was 150 million last year. Okay, but let me make my point. When he mentioned we got loads of money and we can do something about it.
I said reasonably, and within reasonable means. We can do something.
Okay. So why can't they do that for the UK homeless?
Yeah.
I have to talk to your politicians. I don't know.
It's £8 million a day, mate.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They can do it for foreign people who committed a crime to get here. They can do it for them. They can stick them in castles surrounded by moats.
The UK taxpayers are paying £8 million a day for the amount of illegal immigrants that are in the country. £8 million a day, £40,000 each. And we're putting them up in hotels. We're giving them homes. We're giving them mobile phones. We're giving them a weekly allowance. And they wander around doing bugger all. And it's me and my taxes that are having to pay for it.
Bugger all. That's something that we just don't hear as much as we should.
So I have a question. What's your solution?
Stop the boats coming over.
Okay, so the boats aren't going to stop coming over. So what's your solution?
It's simple. I'll tell you now. You pull out the ECHR.
Send them back. Exactly.
Sorry, you send it. What? Sorry.
You pull out the ECHR, which is the European Court of Human Rights.
Okay.
You then copy and paste the document and take out the bad bits that are being abused, and you turn it into the UK human rights. So you literally copy.
How does that stop? How does that stop people from entering your country?
Okay, so they can't use the ECHR, which was designed after the World War II to do with obviously unplaced people and immigration. Now it's been
Buddy,
being
they're leaving.
abused.
Buddy, they're leaving from ferries, man, across
Incarnation,
the
the
Mediterranean. Like they're
you're
fucking
out.
like they're
No,
leaving from ferries.
no,
They're
incarnation.
being dropped off willy nilly into your fucking country.
Once
Like,
you
how do you
get
stop
out,
that?
once you get out the ECHR, what you're able to do, what you're then legally able to do as a country in your own right, is they will come over in boats. You're absolutely right. They arrive on the beach, they get processed, they get put on a plane, and they get flown back out the country.
Yeah,
and
that's it. That's full
once
stop. Full
and
stop.
once they start to realise that when you land in the UK, you get flown straight back, they'll
Just
stop.
like the southern border. Just like the southern border, it'll
In
stop.
the U.S., right?
Yeah. I
Nobody-
mean, if you haven't noticed, the numbers since of the recent deterrents have gone way down.
Yeah, I mean, if we pull out the ECHR, which then literally, because everything else is just literally a plaster on an infected wound. Nothing will stop it. But the only thing will stop it will stop them abusing the ECHR, and the lefty lawyers will be out of a job. They won't be going straight out. As soon as they come, they'll get the red light and they'll be gone. So that will solve it. They either enter legally or they don't enter at all. And by the way, in the UK, it's not illegal migration is the problem. It's legal migration is the problem. Like 2023, over 1 million people arrived in this country.
It's funny, you don't seem to have a party that represents a pushback on migration in the UK. It's that's what's funny.
Yeah, it's right. It's weird.
Yeah, Nigel Farage says it's just not possible. It's not, we can't do it.
Well, not whilst we're in the ECHR. You see, it doesn't. No prime minister is ever going to be able to get across that hurdle because we're.
I thought you were out of the EU, though.
Apart from that, yeah. So it's like
What?
Yeah. Apart from that one thing, which still, that's not what we voted for.
But realistically, Lee, what can the EHCR do if you don't comply with their rulings? You just ignore them.
It's funny because the Italian Prime Minister, she kicked out an imam the other day, and it took her like 36 hours. And of all accounts, she went against what the ECHR would do because literally he started talking shit. He started talking about shit about maybe having to go with Italian nationals or something. He said some
right.
And she just
and that's how it should be. There's no
she
problem.
booted him out the country in like 30 odd hours. He's been in the country 30 years. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
now France has done the same thing recently as well with the old Islamists speakers. It happened 6 months ago. So there is cases where
one out.
The European countries. But the problem is there's no backbone. There's no backbone in our politics.
Exactly.
Put down.
Yeah, this funny that what you're talking about now and what I was talking about earlier with this student, they're sort of similar, I guess, because these people who are getting kicked out of their countries, you said he was there for 30 years, but is it hate speech is what he's getting kicked out for towards Italians? Then that seems legitimate to me.
Yeah, I can't remember it word by word, but
no, you're talking about the Imam guy. The Imam, he was basically calling about bringing back a global caliphate, and then he wants he's one of those radical Muslims who wants to bring back the Ottoman Empire style, Muslim caliphate.
If you say the caliphate,
yeah. He's the kind of Muslim who will publicly tell you that it's okay to marry a child.
Yeah, she booted him in like 38 hours or something.
Exactly.
Out the country.
That's
how you deal with it.
Yeah, those people those people should be sent back to their fucking wherever part of the desert they don't come from.
Exactly. I guess the question bears asking what this girl said. Is it comparable to what this imam said? I mean, probably, maybe. I don't know. I mean,
the thing is, if you're a politician, your first rule should be serve the people and protect the people. That's your first rule. Not to protect a foreign guest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I guess the
Seriously.
foreign guest was writing regarding two other foreign entities, Hamas and Israel. But was being that we're so heavily aligned, especially our current administration with Israel, I think that has another part to do with it.
I mean, listen, I don't like this is going to sound super anti Semitic, but if this isn't a whole play to satisfy the Jewish vote that, vehemently helped fund the right wing campaign, then I don't know what it is, but that's exactly what it is.
That's what you think. Okay.
The
Oh,
Jewish
100%.
vote is
yeah,
Jewish vote is way too small to.
It's not. I didn't say it's necessarily the Jewish vote. It's the Jewish money.
Yeah.
It mostly goes to Democrats.
Not
So,
this
I mean,
time. It went to Republicans because the Democrats were, not really supportive of Israel in this conquest against Hamas. Well, so when Trump came in with what's his face or Ivanka, Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner is, number one Jew, and he, obviously.
Last Dance, is that right? Is he number one Jew?
I think he
'Cause
was
you are
3 or
Jewish.
4, according to the elders. He's number 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. I'm being sarcastic. You know what I mean. But
Yeah.
anyways,
So am I.
it's clear. It's clear to me that like this very targeted attack on people who were supportive of Hamas, I guess we'll put it that way, on campuses, to me is satisfying some deals made.
I don't. Yeah, that's a conspiracy theory if I've ever heard one.
Well, I would suggest the same sort of thing you get with these doxing squads with Antifa and the far left,
The hell was
where
that?
they dox people and families. I believe there's a similar thing going on. That if you lay any support to the terrorist organization that is Hamas, or you say anything anti-Semitic, you will get put into a thing where they'll try and to disrupt your life. And I think it's not the same, but it's similar. And I don't think you can call it a conspiracy theory, but I think it's there. It's quite visible. A lot of these fucking idiots that talk shit, then then seem to get targeted, not physically, but financially.
I don't know.
Job, family.
I just find it a bit of an odd coincidence that before Trump they weren't really targeted, and after Trump they were targeted. And Trump is very pro-Israel, pro-Israel. So I don't know. I have a hard time. Huh? What's
Times
that?
3.
Wow, that Gaza AI video is a little much.
That was weird. But beyond even pro-Israel, I think it's pro-Israel with the current Israeli leadership that Trump does appear to be very fond of.
If that is the case, he's going to run into a brick wall of civil liberties lawyers, many of whom are Jewish, a brick wall of judicial decisions that go against him. It's just not going to work for Trump if he's just trying to appeal to somebody, some people, or some moneyed interest. It's ultimately he will fail.
I don't know. I mean, the guy publicly says he goes after basically anybody he wants to. So I don't know if I fully believe that last dance. I mean, come on now.
He goes after them, but he's basically been hitting a brick wall in the courts.
But irrespective, like he publicly is suing like what CBC or not CBC, CNN, CNBC for like $20 billion or some ridiculous fucking nonsense because he wants to tie them up in litigation just to fuck with them.
It doesn't work. You don't tie them up in litigation because those lawsuits they don't even go to discovery. They get dismissed early on in the process for being being frivolous.
Well, he won 15 million off a media group not long ago, about 4 or 5 months ago.
He didn't win it.
They settled.
They settled for
15
bad
million.
reasons.
Was it CNN?
No, it was, I forget who it was. It was
Yeah.
Paramount. I think it was Paramount.
It was a reporter that basically said he raped some lady, and they didn't say it once. They said it twice they were told to correct it on the spot, but they didn't really. They,
Just to
from
be
the-
clear, did he grape her or did he grope her?
No, the thing is,
'Cause my mind's spinning right now.
Yeah,
in
the
New York,
news
they
anchor
don't
said
have.
that.
In New York, they don't have that as a charge. It's called SA, sexual assault, I believe.
Yeah, but that's that what that anchor got done for. They mentioned grape to the other person, and the other person said, "Actually, you need to pay a bit," and they said it again.
See, here's why Paramount settled. They didn't settle because they were afraid they were going to lose the lawsuit. They didn't settle because they thought the lawsuit would be expensive. They settled because they're trying to acquire some other company, and they were afraid that somehow Trump would tie up their merger, in the some government, in the Securities and Exchange Commission or something. Really, that's pretty corrupt shit. And it really pisses me off that Paramount settled. They did everybody a disservice, a great disservice. And I don't have any respect for for Trump winning that. I mean, it's outrageous. It really is.
Last Dance. You know the PBS. Is it your public? What's it called? Public Broadcasting, PBS.
Well,
or
CPB, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and then PBS and NPR.
Yeah, so those two, the P ones, they were. Did you see all the trouble they've had this week and the last week?
Yeah, I mean, that's a different case altogether. There's no reason they should be getting federal funding. They shouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. It never made any sense.
But I do remember me, you, and Steve having discussions. You say, "Oh, they produce some good stuff." I said, "Balanced." I said, "They're not balanced at all." And those answers from the CEO.
I never said that.
I was like, "Fuck
Just,
you know."
You guys just sent me down a quick rabbit hole here. I'm sure you want to know this, right?
Yes, we do. Absolutely.
I was just, it was something I think Incarnation and Base said. I thought, oh, actually, that's interesting to investigate. And it's the following: Tufts University. I thought, where do they get their money from? So I've looked for the funding and the corporations that fund this university. I've only looked at the first one. There's Tavitan Foundation, Teagle Foundation, Tides Foundations, Tinker Foundation, and Tufts Medical Center. So I've just looked at the very first company, Tavitan Foundation, and guess what? Their president is a lady called Candace, I think I'm pronouncing this right, Bienek, and she is Jewish. And I'm just thinking, I wonder how many other people are on that board that are Jewish that don't like what this girl's written. It's just, never know. But, they're one of the major contributors to the finance of this university.
Conspiracy theory.
I've not looked at the other companies, but I'm sure there are Jewish people in there that are helping fund this university. This is just majorly political, isn't it? She's just like, they don't like what
But
she's written.
it isn't the university that wants her arrested.
Yeah, but it's Marco.
These are the people that financed this university, Last Dance. So it's like,
yeah, but the bottom line is, you don't fuck around when you're a guest. When you're a guest in a foreign country, that's the way I look at it.
I think we all agree on that, right? When you're a guest in somebody's house, you take off your shoes unless they tell you not to, right? Like we all agree. We all agree with it. We all agree with that. But if you walk into somebody's house,
wait, are you saying you every time you walk into somebody's house, you take your shoes off first?
No, it's an example.
And you're judging me if I don't, because I don't do that.
First of all, I live in Canada, so you goddamn right I'm going to judge you if you don't take your shoes off. But second of all, it's just an expression, right?
Okay.
But you know what I mean. But
the old saying is, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do."
Yeah, so that's my point. So like if for example, right, he's like, yeah, I go to Last Dance house, and Last Dance is like, hey Hugo, you know what, make yourself at home. And when I mean make yourself at home, I mean like mi casa is your casa, buddy. Go in the fridge, take your fucking thing, do what you got to do. Okay, cool. All right, like I mean, I'm gonna do it with some level of respect, but you know what? I'm gonna go in Last Dance's fridge. And then Last Dance comes afterwards, and he's like, Hugo, you went in my fridge. And I'm like, well, yeah, but Last Dance, you told me to make myself at home, like go into the fridge, grab myself a snack. He's like, yeah, but I didn't think you were going to go into my fridge and take a fucking snack. Like, you get the point. So when somebody's coming here on a student visa, like they have some understanding, some level of concept of some concept of what is allowed, why they're allowed to go in there. They know they're not going to communist China. They know they're not going to fucking Russia. They know they're not going to some authoritarian state. They're going to a place where you're allowed to speak freely. So to just turn around and say, well, you can fuck off on that basis, it sucks, right?
Yeah,
Life's a bitch. The lesson learned.
that's true. But
Don't
yeah,
talk
I
shit
guess
in a
if,
foreign country.
I guess if she had
This ain't just any
no
foreign
concept
country,
of it,
the USA.
and she was just on some curveball. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I just need more information, you know?
I mean, in Dubai, for example, I don't know if it's a poor analogy, but I always find this amusing. You find like you'll get a couple out there, a Western couple, and they'll meet somewhere in Dubai. And as you know, there's loads of places you can drink, but you know, only in certain places, and it's all a bit. Everyone knows, but you know, anyway, all of a sudden they get a bit hot in the back of the cab, and all of a sudden, he you know, she gets his todger out or something, and then all of a sudden,
What was that word?
todger.
Todger.
Yeah.
David Lip, you got that?
No.
Are we talking about a 9mm?
And then all of a sudden,
I don't know. What is the difference? A todger is a gun or a dick? I don't know.
The meats and veggies.
The latter.
Yeah, it's the meat. It's the meat. Not
It's
two
the meat
veg.
and the meat and two veg.
Yeah. So she gets the todger out. She's giving it a stroke. All of a sudden, the taxi driver, for example, obviously loses his shit. The Mohammedan is not happy, right? And they spend like 9 months in prison there. They get sentenced and everything. She and he does, and they don't fuck about. And it happens every year or two, doesn't it? You hear about it every year or two. You get some wisecracker go over there. They think it's Birmingham or London. It's like, no, this ain't fucking Birmingham, mate. You get your todger out in a cab over here, you're fucked.
What town? What country are we talking? Dubai. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, they'll cut your hand off.
But that's it. You know this. So don't fuck around.
I don't want to be compared to Dubai, though. I want to be the USA.
Well, the thing is, these are adults that know the score. Everyone knows the score when you go to Dubai. That you don't fuck around in public.
Okay, I don't want to be proving my point. You're proving my
score
point.
is different when you're in the U.S.
No, that's exactly what Incarnation is saying. You never knew. She would never have known that it was going to possibly get her removed from the country.
Well,
to
if you start bigging up Hamas, you're going to come unstuck. I'm sorry, that's just standard. I mean, in the UK, in the UK, anyone with a Hamas.
This isn't the UK, man. This isn't the UK. This is the United States of America. It is a country bound by the Constitution. And I'm from Canada, but this woman's in the US. And there's woman's protected by the fucking Constitution of the US. This in Canada, she could say whatever the hell she wants to. She could say the exact same thing in Canada, and she wouldn't get deported for it. She would have freedom of expression. It wouldn't be a problem.
We've got freedom of expression. That doesn't mean you can turn around and back a terrorist organization. So we need to find out if she did back a terrorist organization.
Yes, you can. Actually, if you can go around, if you can walk around the United States saying Nazis are amazing and the best fucking people in the world, and you have no problem saying it, then you should have no problem letting somebody say Hamas is the best fucking group in the world. I don't see why there needs to be a difference made between the two.
Is that what she said?
Well, like I said, because they're a guest, we're trying to work out whether they have got the right. Grok give me a huge booklet full of different options for different people. So, and what protections they have. I personally think if you go to a foreign country, you don't fuck about in that country. You respect their culture. You respect their wishes. And you don't support terrorist organizations. Simple.
I feel like there should be a line, and I feel like if she's like giving money to them, then fuck her. You know.
Well, we don't know. Right now, we're assuming
that's a crime.
Yeah. Right now, we're assuming. Right now, we're only assuming that
that's
she's
what I think. That I'm just saying that's where the line should be. Not if she says, you know, fuck United States when she's in the United States.
Yeah,
know?
but
and,
we had
and then
what
when
was it?
you I always tell my wife,
Sorry.
you know, when you got that level, you know, then you're not always going to like the people that are in power. So if they use that example to lower the bar even more, I just feel like we lower the bar so much because we don't like the other side or we think we're going to prove a point. And maybe I will say, and then I'll stop because I'll lose my train of thought. But maybe, you know, this kind of thing is what other countries that send all their people, or they don't send all their people, but all these people are coming from. Maybe that will, you know, deter them and be a good thing in the future. I just feel like I'm not comfortable with crossing that line.
Well, what about like the guy we had in England, which was I always forget his name. What was he? Basically, was it Abu Hamaza, the guy with the hook hand? He was just doing hatred speeches.
Yeah.
And we kicked him out. It took us a long time, but we kicked him out.
Fundamental. I think you're missing the point, though, man. A fundamental right of the United States is free speech and is freedom of expression. So if I can equally say that the Nazis are the best people in the world, I can equally say that Hamas are the best people in the world, and I shouldn't get deported for it because it is protected under the First Amendment. So I don't understand why, like all of this, why this like it's like, well, my country, my rules. Well, that is the rules. The person's blind by the rules. Like I don't understand.
Well, this person was in the street preaching to hundreds of people, saying that Muslims should take over England and that we should kill all the white people.
They should be gone. Well, okay, here's what I have been able to find about the particular articles that she was involved with. Ozturk, her last name, was one of 4 students who wrote an op-ed in the Tufts Daily last year that criticized the university's response to student demands that Tufts acknowledge Palestinian genocide, disclose its investments, and divest from companies with direct or indirect ties to Israel. That's it.
That's free speech to me, but
pretty standard BDS stuff. It's not. There's nothing unusual or out of. That's pretty mainstream. I mean, I don't agree with it, but it's quite mainstream.
This is the confusion that the reporter has. That when she asks, like, what we can find is that she wrote an article and contributed to this or that, whatever, and then he goes into this tangent, essentially, Rubio, about people who have similar sentiments but who've done much worse. So she's just going to be grouped in with all of them.
It's funny how, Rubio and everybody in the administration is trying to dodge the free speech issue. They're trying not to talk about it because I think they know that they can't win on that issue. So they're
probably in points of their career, they fought on the other side of that.
Well, yeah,
of course,
probably like less than a year ago.
Yeah, right.
And if the roles are reversed, if the roles were reversed,
absurd.
Yeah, and if the roles are reversed, they would be screaming, dictatorship,
exactly.
Right? Like, I mean,
let's suppose it was pro-Israel advocacy.
But I mean, you don't even have to go that far. How many Republicans were crawling that they were living in a dictatorship because of the fucking DNC there, because Kamala got swapped out for Biden last second. It was like, it's the dictatorship. We didn't vote on Kamala. So what the fuck?
Oh, what you got, Smoke, Steve?
What's this?
Oh, this was the arrest. It kind of looks like
Tufts
a kidnapping.
University graduate student Rumeysa Ozturk was arrested and taken into federal custody. Doorbell camera footage obtained by NBC News shows 2 plainclothes officers approaching the 30-year-old in Somerville outside of Boston.
Looks like the Unibombers
to back away
kidnapping her.
before more agents approach, one eventually taking her phone out of her hand. Officers then take her backpack off, handcuff her, and lead her across the street to a car.
Why
An
would they need
onlooker
to go
heard questioning.
incognito?
Officers' faces are covered.
Because they don't want people to know when they come to get him who that is.
They felt
And
threatened.
also,
she was a high escape risk.
They've been doxxed badly. Like if
Okay.
these people's identities get these,
That's not fair. I think these guys were put in a douchebag situation. I feel like they could have handled it differently.
do you think they had enough?
But
6 of them.
But they were
think they
told
did, Steve.
those guys, none of those clowns made the decision to be there and do that.
I mean, they're not lawyers. They don't have the, they were told pick up this person.
Exactly. That's
And,
unfair.
you know,
That's unfair.
6 deep because she's feisty.
As far from a position of ignorance, they were
They were
undertaking
just following orders.
Yeah, from a
right,
position of
right.
ignorance, they were following orders, right? That there's
No, it's not even that. They would have consulted with their own staff attorneys who would have told them that it's all, it's legal enough.
Yeah.
I
From
don't
their
think
perspective,
They were just following
You
orders.
think, you think each and every person in that video right there like contacted a lawyer before they did what they
No,
just
it's not
did?
what I said.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The
I just
department
want to
did.
make clear because that just sounds completely
No, the
ridiculous.
staff attorney means they work for a division of ICE, and that division of ICE or ICE will have attorneys that will conduct their own review as they have to about the constitutionality of any order. And yeah, they'll rely on those attorneys for guidance because what do they know? What do I know? I would rely on an attorney too.
Yeah,
Why
none of
is
us are.
street capture? What is why not take her in her dorm room or something and do it in a quiet format? Why a street capture?
Dorm
they
rooms.
want her.
Well, first of
Yeah,
all,
much
dorms.
better.
First of
Because
all,
that shows the importance. That shows the importance that the whatever person in
think-
charge of them thought that it was going to impact on.
no,
their
absolutely
Okay,
not.
so-
It's
so-
way
so-
easier, way
Yeah,
easier to get
exactly.
somebody outside
Yeah.
like that.
Okay,
Way
so
easier.
always wanna capture
let me
the
break it
outside.
down. Let me break it down. If they go in the room, they could barricade it, and all of a sudden you'll have
Right,
loads of
exactly.
students backing it up and all that.
Protests,
So-
there'll be all
Yeah.
kinds of things.
Yeah, so basically, as soon as she walks outside, basically 360, they can sort of surround her quick.
She's
Um,
alone. She's outside.
yeah.
Nobody knows. Like it's inconspicuous. Like they're
But
like.
obviously, it looks pretty bad on Ring because
And
obviously
they did this because she wrote an article that was
we
supportive of
don't
Hamas.
we don't know it was just that.
Supportive,
We-
supportive.
we-
No, sorry, supportive of the rhetoric that was going at the time that schools had to divest from Israel.
Yeah,
basically.
not even Hamas. I mean,
Yeah.
even that isn't
Yeah.
It
in
was
that
more
article.
pro-Palestinian. You
Yeah.
could say.
It's pro
And-
BDS is what it is.
and because she's not a citizen, she can't fight that in court.
Well, she
Well, we
wasn't
don't know
given the
about that.
chance. Well, that's not. Well, we don't know this. That's the problem. Like Last Dance brought up. Like now her visa's been revoked, and now she's going to be deported. But the deporting process isn't as simple as some people make it out to be. If followed through the proper legal channels.
Exactly.
So there would be
Right.
a lawyer involved in that process.
She
Yes.
appears before an immigration judge. She has a chance to defend herself. She can have a lawyer representing her interests.
So
you know,
yeah, does anyone here think she's actually being taken out of this country?
Yeah, I do think she'll
yet?
be gone.
You mean now?
Yes.
No, I
No.
think she's still in the country.
No, do you
She
think they're
will be
going to
gone.
remove her? I think that would hurt the country more than if they kept her.
No, I think they should. I think
Uh,
she should leave voluntarily because
I think that her deportation will be blocked by an immigration judge.
I think there's more into
See,
her.
you're
I
going to
think
find the
there's
same problems we've got.
Yeah. I think so too.
I think her arrest was more strategic. I think that they knew that the because I would guess that 90-something% of the rest of the arrest and the people that are getting deported were more simple things like, they committed some crime or they were an easy pick off. I think she was a little higher up on the list, and because of what her actions were to get removed from the country, I just don't think that there's probably tons and tons of people that are getting removed for the same
but
circumstances.
her
What do you mean
actions
higher up
are.
on the list?
Huh?
What are her actions? What's the inside info
Yeah,
you have
exactly,
there?
man, exactly. She
We
is the
got
victim.
fucking
She's the
400
victim.
computer screens behind you. You got something that we don't have down here? I mean,
No,
come
I mean
on.
I'm just guessing because her reasons for what are explain.
They
her
want. She
reasons for
wanted
getting-
her to. She wanted the school to divest from Israel, or to acknowledge that their investments in Israel, to divest from Israel, and to say that there's a Palestinian genocide. This is literally what she wanted. She wrote in her article.
Yeah, I don't think that
We
like I said, I don't think 90+% of the other people getting removed are fall into that category whatsoever.
So you think she hasn't committed a crime?
No, I didn't say that. I think she was. I just think that it seems a little more strategic. They knew that there was going to be an issue with there's all these other people getting removed and they're not making headlines. She made the headline, and I just think that
Well, she's making the headlines because it's egregious, right? It's not that she did
exactly.
It's not that she's the ringleader.
So egregious.
It's not like it's the other
wasn't
guy
a
that they
normal.
arrested.
She wasn't
that
just
was
on the list of 90-something% of the other people that are getting removed. That's what I'm saying.
You want to know? I think one of the reasons she made the headlines is just because of that dramatic video.
Well, also, she wasn't egregious.
I doubt that that's
the removal.
I doubt if that's how most of them are handled.
The removal itself
With
was
that many
egregious.
people?
That's what I mean. Like the case, the way they're handling her right now is egregious. That's why it's making the news. Because if we're sitting here arguing about like literally that's all she wrote as an article, well then like obviously like this is why people are like this doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So let me just qualify this now. Right? If, for example, this is all it is the article you basically just quoted there. She hasn't given any support to any terrorist organization. Then if it's just that, then I'd be like, that's just stupid. They could have easily got better people out the country than this one. But if there's stuff we don't know about, which I'm hopefully thinking that will be the case, because if it's just the article and the article is plain as you just read it out to me, then yeah, it's not I expected more.
And maybe there is. Listen, maybe there is, and maybe she was part of an organization. Like we were talking the last time, there are these campus organizations, like these Palestinian youth movements that, have some really, really like shell tied funding, through terrorist proxy. So, there is that could be happening that we aren't aware of. Sure, yeah, that's fine. But the basis right now seems to be that it's the article, and if that's the basis, then I think it's egregious. It's an egregious reason for the United States. Like the United States isn't communist China here. Like, I don't get it. But anyways, that's my.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying I really just want a little transparency. I want some reasons. I want to believe that they have a legitimate reason, and for them withholding or basically just going silent on it. Now she's been in this place in southern Louisiana for a long period of time, and there's just no information. So I mean,
if there's more information than we think, if that's the case, then maybe they can't be transparent because that will give it away to how they're finding this information out. So everybody goes, oh, we won't use this app, or we won't do this, or we won't do that. So maybe their hands are tied.
But we know they talk shit on these apps, like obviously even the administration the last couple of days. And I've been on WhatsApp groups, and you see the messages going in, but I never go through any of the threads on them all, because you look at them all and they're talking shit online. And I know the police are listening. We had all the Straddy stuff going on, and they said, "I've just put you in on the Straddy." And I was like, "Don't put me in on this fucking. I don't want anyone. I don't want to know any list of anything, because the stuff that gets talked about on there, you just don't want to. You want to keep your distance away from that." She could have been talking shite online all the time on the like some Signal or WhatsApp that we don't know about, and a lot of shit gets talked about on these sort of group chats.
It's true. There's a lot more that's potentially there. But you did just mention Signal. We do know other people who like to talk shit on Signal too. Seems to be common, which we were getting into a little bit before. Also, did you guys happen to notice Pete Hegseth's tattoo? Anybody?
He posted it in Discord.
It's been what's named. They think it's some sort of Nordic thing. It's to do with his service. He's explained it as well.
You mean the thing that looks like the Arabic?
I thought it was some sort of Nordic cross or something, but he's
No,
explained it.
I can show you. No, we're not talking about the cross on his chest. This is on his right tricep.
Oh, that's just a fucking what you call it, a crusader tattoo, isn't it?
No,
No, I
the
don't
thing on
think
his
so.
right tricep. I'll present it to you right now. I have a picture of it.
All right.
And then we can
Now, turn up the volume.
Me?
Yeah, when you show it.
Okay, what did I just do?
Look like porn.
Whilst you're doing that, I'm just testing my mic. Can you hear me all right, you guys?
Too loud.
Oh, sorry, too loud. Right, cool. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Is that better?
Still sounds like you.
No, it sounds fine by me. To
Sounds
me.
good.
That's all right then. Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Don't forget, base, the clocks have gone forward. It's now 3:45, isn't it? 3:35. It's not
Oh,
too.
man, that's making me tired. You want me to look for it?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, I found it. Oh, no, I got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
last stance. You got to prompt Steve from now on.
Okay,
You know when
right
he's-
there.
You know when
Under
he says
his arm.
he's got something lined up. He
Okay.
needs to have it. He needs to have it lined up. As he's saying it, it needs to be already lined up. He's got to
I
line
got
it
it.
up a minute
Can you
before he
see it?
says it's lined up.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
See,
So that's
Oh, yeah.
that Arabic right there.
Okay.
That
Does anyone know what it means?
I do.
What does it mean?
Technically, it means non-believer or infidel.
Ah.
Do you know what? I recognise there's T-shirts in the UK. I recognise that LS at the other end of England.
Uh-huh.
I have to find out.
You
what
never
it
knew
is.
what they were, but now you know.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I looked at it. I zoomed in. I thought I recognise part of it, but I don't know what it means. But I know it says something about infidel on the T-shirts in the UK, so that's what that says.
And what Cup of Tea's asking, does that say it says DUES above it, DUES, and then I can't tell what the other letters are. But yeah, that Arabic is basically non-believer or infidel.
So it's quite based.
Yeah,
It is
that's
quite
what
based.
Steve said.
Exactly what I
That's
wrote.
crazy.
What did you
Well,
say?
it
The
is
same thing,
based.
did you?
Yeah.
It's very based. If you know the reason that he's saying it, it's extremely based.
And it does say Deus Vault in the other tattoo.
There you go. And what does that mean?
Right, guys, I'm going to have to go. I just want to say good to see you all. Have a great week. Steve, thanks for hosting as always and giving up your time. Mother's Day tomorrow as well, so I've got to get an early night because
not here.
busy day tomorrow. Yeah, visiting family. So look after yourselves, and I'll hopefully see you all next week. All right, take care, boys.
All right, great
Bye.
talking to you, Lee. You have a great week.
It's not Mother's Day here, is it?
No, that's not till May. I don't know why they would do it in this weather down.
Jeez, man, I thought I was in big trouble here for a second.
Panicking.
What is the actual date? It's in May. I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah, it's in May. May sounds right. It's not the end of May, though, is it? That's.
I don't know.
Let me just look it up. Why do we have to talk about it?
Look who's here.
Sunday, May 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Topple.
That's it. God wills it.
Topple.
Okay. Thanks, Johnny G. What up,
You know-
Top?
You know it's Topple.
Latin grammar tisk.
Yeah.
You know it's Topple because he's the only one that's ever called into a live show and had his mic on mute.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
he'll
it
sit
takes
there
him an
for-
hour to warm up before he comes on.
Then he'll sit there with the dog on his chest for the remaining hour, dodging bites. All right, what should I have?
Oh, you got some more stuff? There's Topple.
Topple.
With the,
Oh,
with
I'm
the
right. He
dog.
does have a dog on his chest. Look.
He's
Should
so
I have
hard
a
to-
rum or a tequila?
Oh man, I think that's.
Oh, gotta go with tequila.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Wow.
the tequila. Chase the worm, dude.
No rum and Coke. I never, because I was thinking the Coke might help keep me awake.
Oh, there you go. Do the rum and
Well,
Coke. That's a good idea.
you might.
Right.
So
Do
might
the
the
rum and
sugar.
Coke.
All right, rum and Coke it is. I'll be back momentarily.
Spice you up a little bit there.
I'm going to go upstairs and also receive the beating of a lifetime from my wife. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay,
Thanks,
you may
Last
not make
Dance.
it back.
Thank you for that, Last Dance. Okay. Thank you, Last Dance.
Why is it my fault? Well, we'll just be silent until he gets
Yeah, I was
back.
gonna say. I wonder how long we can go with being totally silent.
David Lip, you are a legendary broadcaster. You should take over.
Yeah, well, it's not my pub.
It's not my pub either.
It's not even his anymore. Now it's everybody's. It
belongs to the world.
Pub.
International.
We have a Canadian on the panel, don't we?
Yeah, I don't know if
Incarnation.
He might have checked out.
Well, is he there?
No, what's up? What's up?
He's
What's up?
playing.
What's up?
He's
Yeah,
playing.
so
He's playing
talk to-
Pokemon.
So give me a breakdown on what's going on in Canada at the moment, especially with the Conservative Party and the Trudeau administration. Well, I know he's been kicked out now, isn't he?
Yeah. So, well, the Trudeau administration's gone. Right now, right now we have a prime minister elect, who basically replaced Trudeau. He brought in his own cabinet, and he was in power for all but maybe 10 days. And then he called an election. So now we're going to be going to the polls in late April to decide who's going to be the next prime minister.
Why did Trudeau guy leave?
His political will had expired.
Really? So he just checked out?
No, everyone hated him.
I know, but still, he just checked out. He was like, "I'm not going to do this anymore."
Well, okay, so there's two schools of thought here. Because we work in a parliamentary system, we don't elect a head of state. If he steps down, then the party in and of itself can stay in power till the next election, more than likely. If he didn't step down, then what happens is the opposition can call a vote of non-confidence and they can force a government shutdown. And if, let's say, the government shuts down and a vote of non-confidence is passed, it automatically triggers an election, which would have put the Liberals at that time on the back foot. So to get ahead of the impending doom that was coming, they forced Trudeau to resign.
You want to control the timing if you can, because
and it worked out perfectly because Trudeau resigned, and then a month later Trump came into office, and he went scorched earth on Canada. And the Conservative Party in Canada is very Trump or MAGA aligned, and that has basically they had a 20-point lead going into this election, and they have effectively lost that lead and will probably not even form government at this point.
Is there anybody there? Is there anybody there that wants to is like, cool, let's be part of America? Like, surely there's somebody, right?
Yeah, of course. There's
a large
probably
amount?
there's probably about maybe a couple 100,000 people throughout Canada that are
What percent? If you put it in percentage,
So recently there was a vote, sort of a poll
like people
done.
you know people like that.
So there was a poll done recently in the Conservative side of politics. So if you vote for the Conservative Party, which is the Trump aligned and MAGA aligned, so out of the Conservative Party, 10% said that they would support somewhat a state,
That's
a 51st
hilarious.
state. So
at least it was only 10%, though. You don't have to worry.
So yeah, so that's 10% of 33% of the population. It's not much.
Right. Good for you guys, man.
Yeah.
Be like, pussy. Do you know anybody that's like that? Like all for it?
I've never met one in person.
You're not. Are you on Facebook, like with family and friends?
My brother lives in Charlotte, and he is a Trump supporter.
Look, I'm not wanting to be your Facebook friend. I'm just wanting to know: are you on Facebook?
So the only one that I know right now, and I don't know if he's a 51st stater, and I've already told my parents that if he shows up here, this summer and talks about 51st state shit, I will fight him. I will fight him. I will take out all the years of bullying that he did on me when growing up. I will fight him.
So you got resentment already on top.
Yeah.
You're already primed. It just takes one little 51st state comment.
You can't wait to
push
take
you
it
over the
out.
edge.
Yeah, exactly. That's the excuse. The 51st state's the excuse, you know.
Can you take him?
Can I take him today? Yeah, for sure. Back in
Yeah,
the
all
right.
And I'll be the cousin to bring it up. The other one, the cousin just to bring it up.
Yeah.
She says, "See the fireworks go."
He's been. How long has he been in America?
So what? He graduated. So I graduated in 07. He's been there since 06. I think he went to school in 06.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Almost 20 years. He's probably fat and slow now.
Oh yeah, that's funny you say that. He is fat and slow now.
Yeah, so you could.
It's you know what's funny? As soon as he got his American citizenship, it's like he put on fucking like 50 pounds.
That's how we measure patriotism.
Yeah.
If you really love this country, you'll put the weight on to show it.
Oh, wow. So he's American now.
Yeah.
But he was okay. So he'd be coming home, getting in your house, and he's be saying his shit.
Yeah.
Well,
he was already talking. So
you're saying you know him, and he's a Canadian. I mean, he's American. He's been here 20 years.
Well, is he a citizen?
I want to know, like, do you got like neighbors or friends that are like, maybe we join up with this Trump guy, and that sounds like a great idea, and just throw out our history.
The only place you'll really find the people who do that are in Alberta, because they think.
Thank God you don't have a large group of people that think like that.
No. And these people in Alberta are like, I don't really mean this in a bad way, but like they're really like they're oil field dudes who make $200,000 a year, but spend $160,000 of it on their truck, cocaine, hookers, and then complain that the government takes. And they also live in a province or a state that has no taxes, and then they'll complain that the fucking federal government takes all of their money, even though it's just fucking 5%. And it's like, whoa, the fucking government's taking all my money. I should have spent it on an F-550 fucking massive thing that I can't park in my driveway, or my cocaine addiction.
Your federal taxes are 5%.
Yeah, I think so.
Hard to believe.
Or maybe a little bit higher than that. Depends on the state. But they don't have provincial tax, so they don't they just pay a straight GST. They don't pay a provincial tax.
Okay.
But it's 5%. Yeah, your GST is 5%.
Huh.
Oh, I'm talking about income tax.
Oh, income tax is different, but that's.
Okay.
But their income tax, they're only paying they're paying a much lower tax rate than everybody else in the country. But it's because they're not frugal with their money, right? These people are not frugal, and they think that
they sound kind of like Wild West characters that make their money and then spend it all in the bar the next day.
Yeah. And then blame the liberals for, I don't know, trans people in sports because that's why they're broke, right? Like that's literally the mentality of the people who are like, yeah, 51st state. So,
well, dude, so would you say that's Alberta? Do you want?
Well, you don't want Alberta.
That's what I'm asking.
I know a guy.
Alberta?
Yeah, that's in Alberta.
I know a guy that lives in Toronto, and you almost described him like.
It sounds kind of like Montana.
He was at Newfoundland. He was like his I don't think he ever I'm almost positive he never lived in Newfoundland, but his family lived in Newfoundland, and he referred to himself as a Newfie because he was so proud of being having some type of connection to Newfoundland,
but he refuses to live there. It's so great.
I don't know. I mean, kind of, yeah.
Newfoundland sucks absolute ass.
Oh, you would not be in good company if you talk to my buddy. Then
why does he live in Newfoundland?
No, he lives in. That's what I was saying. He lives in Toronto.
But he's going to tell you that Newfoundland is the best place in the world, but he doesn't
Everything
live,
like
but he doesn't live there. Yeah, I know. Why
He's
don't you
gonna
think? Why do you
he's
think
gonna tout his Newfoundland roots, even though he won't live there.
I'm a lot Irish, all right. So on on St. Patrick's Day, it's a big deal, Well, he's like that with Newfoundland, even though he's never been there or didn't live there. Every day of the year, like Newfoundland, Newfie, like he refers to Newfoundland so often when he's talking, it's unbelievable. But he has zero connection besides like his distant family coming from there.
Well, you're always talking about Ireland, but you never.
Yeah, I'm always talking. I can't shut up about it.
All we ever hear about is your Irish roots.
Is he always talking about the Bay of Fundy and how large the tidal shifts are?
Oh, those tides, they're wonderful.
Like 3 miles, literally.
Not the fucking tides again.
The tides.
We had electricity from the tides, from the
tides.
We just had St. Patrick's Day, and my son, because I was like, because my wife isn't a big fan of the corned beef, so we couldn't have the typical corned beef and cabbage, And
what about a couple of Reuben sandwiches?
Well, that's funny you should ask. And my son insisted, even though he's not a big fan of corned beef either, he insisted that we get corned beef or Reuben sandwiches, and my wife could get something else from where we got the Reuben sandwiches from. Nice. And he did nothing but berate her the rest of the evening for not getting a Reuben like we did. But she's not Irish.
I think they're kind of gross, Reuben sandwiches. So
I love them. I love Reuben sandwich, especially a good one.
Yeah.
Got Mr. Kilsey showing up with his
Mr. Kilsey
gay Rubik's Cube avatar.
What that is?
Wow. Mr. Kilsey, we saw Goons. I know Smoke Steve was there around the time too. Mr. Kilsey, I don't know if I've ever heard one of his requests, but this time it was of the American country.
Oh, really? He usually requests Muse. He's always Muse.
Oh, really? No, this was Luke Combs, I believe.
Wow.
And I was fascinated.
It was on. They had to have somebody tabbed out their song.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sure
on Goonsing last night, and that was his request. So I was just fascinated. Like I don't know. I just can't picture in my feeble and ignorant brain. I'll admit that there's like Brits over there like strolling down the road with their windows down and like like country music just blaring like we do over here.
I didn't think country music was a thing in the UK.
Apparently, Mr. Kilsey.
I know it's a big thing in Australia, and
yeah, there's Mr. Kilsey.
There it is. Beer never broke my heart. Right on. I love it.
I'm not knocking him. It never dawned on me that was a possibility until last night when he requested that song.
What's your thoughts, since we're on the subject, about Post Malone?
We were on that subject.
No, he was at the recent, the big grand night at the Opry. Like they had a huge one, and he was like a featured guest as a country star.
I guess that's the way things are going these days. Like
the
world's going to shit, I guess.
They drew the line at Post Malone. Shabuzi was outside. They were like, "No way, get out of here, motherfucker! You ain't coming in."
Yeah, I think Post Malone as an artist isn't that bad. I think he's pretty decent, but I have to say, like, I think it becomes, what do you classify as country, right? If country is just a very select sort of bars and notes and tempo that you follow, and he follows within that structure, then I guess it is country. I don't know, like, what is country, right?
Well, they allow Sam Smith to compete in the female thing, and he's a bloke. So I mean, anything.
Anyways,
anything.
Right, but what makes country music, right? Like, what is it that, okay, these chords or this tuning, this tempo, that's country music?
Yeah,
is that right?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Shabuzi just made that bar song. That's clearly country, and he, prior to this, I don't think he was a country artist. So, yeah, it's It's a sound, it's a feeling. I don't know if you could say it's chords. Definitely not just chords because you can play it in any key. Tempo, no, because they do everything from fast to slow, to the quickest bluegrass to the slowest ballad can all be considered country, you know. So it's I guess it all comes down to a feeling. You know, you can get close to it. You can get close to it. Like Skinner had some country like stuff, but it was definitely not country. Neil Young felt a little country-ish, but not country, you know?
Wait, are we talking about Western or are we talking about country here? Because it feels like we're more leaning into the more Western style of country than you know, the more poppy style of country now. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, where do we draw the line here, you know?
Well, country, I feel like, is a greater thing in the nebulous, and then Western would be inside of that. Country in the Western part. Country is everything. Western would be part.
Do you consider Jolene to be a country song? I mean, it's...
Yes, that's a Dolly Parton song.
It's a Dolly Parton song, but...
Definitely country. Okay. Yeah, but when the White Stripes blasts it out in Liverpool and they fucking tear it up with heavy distortion, it's no longer country. Same exact song.
That's true, but... I mean, it was, you know, I mean, it's hard to find. So there's not always bright lines between these genres.
You know, one thing I find fascinating, I don't know, this is like completely like nerdy stuff, but the litigations for court cases with respects to copyright laws in music, this is a conversation that they have. And it's as crazy as it's crazy to me. But like you read some of the court cases about it, and they're literally arguing about, well, this sound that the sound, and it's like what constitutes as a particular genre, a particular song, or whatever. Because to your point, Spoke Steve, you could play literally the same 5 notes, but one with distortion and one flat, and you'd have 2 completely different genres and styles, but it's the same song, right? Same sequence.
Of course. Yeah.
Country sucks.
I agree.
Sorry, Mr. Kelsey.
I don't think so. I there's a band called the Highwaymen, which was a group of guys. That was Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Chris Christopherson, and maybe one other guy. And they were fabulous. They played some great. Oh, Willie Nelson. Duh. How can I forget Willie?
Yep.
The best.
They are. I mean, I don't know how nerdy you are for music, but like, they're probably like what, one of like 2 legitimate super groups that you can say that are like, you know, put out like really good music.
Yeah, the other one that comes immediately to mind is the Traveling Wilburys.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm just going to say that with the Traveling Wilburys.
Roy Orbison.
He was great.
I loved that dude.
It was so odd.
Yeah.
But in that one video, when you realize when they're all singing, but there's a rocking chair with nobody in it, are like, holy shit, Roy Orbison just died, and they have an empty rocking chair while the rest of them are all playing and singing. That was representative of Roy, man. That's an old blues thing. Like the old days, if a musician died, you'd like maybe play a concert, but have his instrument on stage, you know, by, you know, not being played, you know, and that was a representative of that in that video. Heavy, man. Cool shit.
Man, bringing a tear to our eyes, dude. You need to liven it up a little bit.
It's good shit, dude. Think of all their super groups. Who else do we have here?
Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
are they really a super group though?
Prior to that, they were Crosby, Stills, and Nash. All they did was add a touch of Young.
Yeah, but before that, David Crosby was in the Byrds, and where was Nash? He was in a famous group, and
it's borderline.
Stephen Stills was in Buffalo Springfield. I mean, they're.
What about We Are the World?
That was a one single song collaboration.
Oh, I thought it was a band.
That was
not.
That was an abomination upon the.
All right,
there's a magical moment in time, and let's not forget it.
I'll fight you. You keep saying that.
How about is Topple here? No.
No, Topple
he
went
left.
to bed. He
I was gonna say
came on to be muted and then went to bed.
Temple of the Dog.
I was thinking that, when you first described what you were talking about.
I mean, you had Eddie Vedder, you had Chris Cornell, and the drummer from Soundgarden, and the rest of the band was from Pearl Jam. So you had two different bands mixed up together there as a super group, I guess. Yeah, there hasn't been that many, that's for sure. David Crosby is dead.
What?
And is it true that he donated his sperm for Melissa Etheridge?
That's the rumor on the streets.
Yeah, I believe he did donate sperm for many, I think.
Did he? He sprayed that everywhere, did he?
Were they
No, I'm
able
not talking
to-
about yeah.
Were they able to remove the old addiction gene? Because it seemed like old Davy Boy had a taste for a little bit of everything,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
not
don't really know.
exactly.
Probably not.
He was, like if I was like, if I couldn't have produced and I was looking for the picture perfect male specimen.
Not him, right? Yeah.
It's for people are looking for the artist gene. That's what they're
I
looking
guess.
for.
When you were laughing right then, Aphid Lip, it sounded at the end like somebody laid a gigantic fart.
Yeah, I heard that too, but it wasn't from this end. I promise
been me.
you. I promise you it was not from this mic.
I was like, how does his laugh just change to a
Yeah, I
fart?
know.
That was weird.
Did it sound like this?
Yeah, that's exactly
Okay, well, it must have been me.
Yeah, because of all the vegetables. It clearly makes sense. You're
Right.
guilty.
Right.
Guilty.
Like an incarnation was talking about going through my refrigerator. Tofu.
That's
Oh
funny.
my god. Like you have to look at everything because you're not an egg guy, so eggs are in a lot of the stuff that's in your fridge.
Eggs, yeah. Eggs are the bomb. I can't believe you can't eat an egg.
Your
But
pantry, pantry, Jesus. Like I wouldn't want to be hungry late at night, like have the munchies, and I'm like over at Last Dance's house. Let me go knock this out before I hit the hay, and then you open that fridge, and it's like you sober up instantly.
Well, of course, my daughter is a vegetarian, but not a vegan, and my girlfriend is a meat eater. So it's got more diversity now
That's
than
right.
it
That's
had
right. Yeah.
at a previous time.
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness. You could definitely sneak in that late night ham and Swiss sandwich.
Right,
It doesn't seem very fond of ham, so you're not going to find
Ouch.
that.
But yeah, I mean, you're probably like the salty, crispy snacks, right? Like Last Dance chips, crackers,
Oh yeah,
pretzels,
yep,
all that shit's legal.
absolutely.
Legal tender for you vegans.
Do you guys like those flat pretzels?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
pretzel crisps, they call them.
Yeah, those are good.
Right.
And a little tzatziki. Oh, sorry, you can't have that either.
What'd
But-
you say?
Tzatziki?
Cause it's got mayo in it.
No, tzatziki
sour
has sour
cream?
cream.
I
Yeah,
was gonna-
Or
I was gonna
yogurt.
say yogurt.
Yogurt. Yeah.
yeah, yogurt. That's it. It's
Oh
good
my
shit.
God.
Chopped cucumbers.
Ice cream. You can't have that. Dude, that
I could have hummus.
you can't have ice cream, man.
Hummus is good. I love hummus.
I was pretty much a vegetarian at one point because my son's condition. It was tough, man. Like the cheese. I know I said something back to you. That was like 3 years ago when I had to deal with
Right.
that shit. But the
Cheese.
cheese is horrible, dude.
Yeah,
Like
I found one.
horrible.
yeah. There was a time
I agree, but I manage. But I found
We-
one cheese I liked and never found it again.
Oh, really?
fake
that would
cheese, yeah.
suck.
Yeah.
We had a deli sandwich because we couldn't. I don't know. There was some other shit that we couldn't have. I mean, we couldn't have anything, but there was some bread we could have when we were on vacation. And it was like this deli that was like specialized in. Probably when I would go there now, would think the worst sandwiches in the world, but at the time it was like the best sandwiches in the world because they could
yeah.
totally cater to our condition. It was like a vegan place. But
Yeah,
the
and
bread
when
was
you have
like
a kid,
edible.
it's easier for everyone to go with the same diet rather than to try to separate.
Well, you know, when he
I agree.
when we first found out he had that, you know, he was devastated. So we
Sure.
told him we were gonna, you know, we're gonna do this with you, bud. You know, we're gonna be
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here with you. And we didn't realize, you know, I mean, what are we gonna do? Like not follow the rules and eat
Right.
whatever the fuck we want right in front of him? No way, you can't do that.
No, you can't be eating a hot honey cupped pepperoni pizza right in front. He's eating a stick of celery. You know.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Terrible.
Oh my god. We made
Which
do,
is the
though.
bomb. That's a new thing. Those two things I just mentioned at the pizza world have revolutionized everything. The cup pepperoni and the hot honey drizzle.
Yeah.
Whole new world. Unbelievable.
I will say, Last Dance, so like there's part of me now that regrets the healthy side of living that lifestyle. So, you know, I'm not totally, you know, hating, you know, give you shit, but I'm not totally hating.
Yeah, you can give me shit.
Totally. Look at Outer Passion 261 is giving him shit here, and it's somewhat funny. Honey was B6, so I can't read it again, but you guys can read it. Gonna make me be sick. Not bad, Outer Passion 261. For a minute, I thought it might have been Anna, but it's not. This is a new person, and thank you for being here, Outer Passion. What's the number that Anna has in hers? 247?
Grundish something.
241 or 247? I
can't
feel
remember.
like. But Outer Passion Zone, thanks for being here.
Doesn't Topple have some numbers or something too?
I think that's an area code. I'm guessing. I always thought it was. Maybe it isn't. 215.
What's that soup? That Chinese soup? Is it? Well, I'm thinking of bird's nest soup.
That's disgusting.
It's basically like bird snot.
Yeah. Swallows like excrete this liquid from their mouth.
Right.
And it sticks to the top of a cave roof.
Exactly. You know what it is.
Yeah. And
it's
then
developed.
these
And I've
freaks.
had it.
You ate it?
Well, long before I was a vegetarian, but yeah.
What did it taste like?
Tasted like delicious soup with some runny, snotty, like eggs.
Oh,
It was like eggs. It was like eggs.
Like
Did
uncooked.
it have like a chicken soup taste?
Yes.
You've had a good chicken soup. I mean, I love a nice chicken consomme type soup. Just like that, but with slimy stuff in it.
My brother-in-law is Chinese. His parents were from China. They love, they liked the old country. They always ate in Chinatown, where the menu wasn't even written in English, and good thing, because you would be, if you were someone like me, you'd run out in horror.
All right, yeah. Outer Passion, do tell if you want to tell us about your tag. Always welcome. A little information. I can see you have the eyeball there as your avatar. So
Yeah.
sure. Wow, you got a Chinese in the family, huh? There, Last Dance.
Yes, I do.
You're
Brother-in-law.
Chinesing it up, huh?
Well,
I guess we lost everyone here, so we're.
I don't. Where are you talking about Chinese stuff?
He's got a Chinese guy. He's his,
my
best
brother-in-law.
friend.
I mean, he's American. He's
Oh.
born in the U.S., but he's first generation born in the U.S. His parents were born in China.
Cool. I like, I watch some Chinese guys on YouTube. They're pretty entertaining. Chinese Americans. Honestly. Seems fun. Here we go. I'm waiting for Outer Passions 261 to
Yeah, he's typing it out. It's gonna take a minute.
all right, no problem at all. No
Mr.
problem at all.
Mr. My Orange Jeep.
My Orange Jeep.
Never seen that guy before.
Oh yeah. Does he ask you to take your shoes off when you come into his house?
I don't think I ever had to be asked. I just always did it.
So you walk into somebody's house and you instantly take your shoes off
every time.
Really?
Yes.
I have something better with
Now,
my
sometimes
job.
people say, "No, you don't have to take your shoes off," and I might still take them off. But if I see everybody else with their shoes on, then I'll put them back on.
That's ridiculous. You're going to walk around in socks? What are you, what are you, a toddler? I mean,
inside the house.
Have you ever cleaned carpets, dude?
I don't wear socks in the house.
Have you ever dumped a vat of water that's come from cleaning people's carpets out? Good Lord.
No, I haven't.
All right. Outer passion, your
Smoke
explanation.
Steve, I'm sure you've done that before. You cleaned carpets before, haven't you?
Oh, fuck yeah.
So you dumped out like some disgusting water that's come from people's carpets. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You know what's even worse? When the dumbasses at work for me leave the shark water or gray water in the carpet cleaner, and then 2 weeks down the road, when you open the thing up and the reservoir is full of the dank water, gray water, shark water,
hair,
ripe, dude.
Does mold form on it? As if it's
dude, the smell, you would be, the whole shop fills with this stench of sulfur and just gas.
I can only imagine, dude. I can only
foul. You gotta clean those things out immediately.
It's not like it's your funk; it's somebody else's funk.
Right. And then it's in basically a what do you call it? A medium of growth when it's sitting in this warm water. It just multiplies. It's just
like what do you call it? A culture, and
yeah, on a massive level.
Right,
gallons of culture,
growing bacteria,
concentrated
tuberculosis. Who knows what else is growing?
Yeah, it's so foul. Yeah, it's gross.
It's like when you get one of those little packets of lemonade, and you can put it in a swimming pool, and you'll still taste the lemonade. Well, that's what you're making is concentrated somebody else's filth.
Yeah, so you got to get the booties. They sell 10 packs of them from various different places. You can get them cheap online, 50 packs. I have them for when I have to enter people's homes or whatever with shoes on, because you can't climb a step ladder with fucking socks on. It's stupid and dangerous. So we have to make do, and people have to understand that. But I've given them out to buddies and been like, yeah, your friend wants you to take your shoes off, put these on at the door and walk in with these. Proudly. And that's what you do. Although you do look ridiculous with this giant puffball thing on your foot. It's better than socks.
Me and my son go to estate sales, and especially if there's bad weather and it's a nicer house, they have a box of those things that you put over your.
Yeah, the real fancy ones, they have boxes on the ground you can step into, and they just flop right over.
I've never seen those before.
Those are cool. That guy Manny Koshman, who owns all those like multi-million-dollar cars, he's a YouTuber. He had that for like getting in and out of his own cars.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him. People like him buy cars for an investment.
Right. If you buy the right car, it can be an investment.
Well, if it's one of 99 and it's made by, say, McLaren, and it's some heritage edition,
and you don't drive it.
You could have bought a Lamborghini Countach like 10 years ago, probably for $200, easily under $200,000. And now those things have skyrocketed in price. Like it's the holy grail of people that want to be balling is having a Countach. So those things are worth over $1 million now.
Yeah, and Lamborghini now remade it, and they're now releasing new Countaches, and they're pretty sick.
I remember
they're not as
talking about that in 1980. So
yeah,
it's a very old model, huh?
Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's like that typical 1980s Miami Vice poster that every kid had on his wall of a Lamborghini. This is the one that it was.
But it's the hard angles of the Countach. There's very few sweeping angles on it. It's all hard angles.
Right.
Points.
It's like a spaceship.
it's almost like a tiny version of the Cybertruck in a weird way, but the
I see what you're
Cybertruck,
saying. Yeah, yeah.
that point on the roof, that whole thing is
Well,
kind
and
of
just totally angular.
angular,
Like you said,
exactly.
there's no smooth edges to it whatsoever.
Right, like the Ferrari Testarossa, which would have been the comparison of it at the time, was super smooth. Had the vents on the side.
Those
the
are going up,
vents-
and those are skyrocketing in value right now too. I mean, those
Sweet
are,
car.
Yeah,
Both of them. I loved the Countach. I still think that's the best ever. But they say a high-end
you're not
Corvette.
alone. That's why it's so valuable right now.
The best Corvette that they sold at the time, the Countach, I guess we're going to call it, not Tach, was the best. What could only beat the best Corvette by a hair on the quarter mile. So it wasn't like the fastest fucking thing in the world.
Like in today's standards, like you can get a regular, especially a lot of the electric vehicles are just as fast, if not faster.
Faster, yeah. But for the gas ones, like the new what do they call them there? The they were famous for people blew them out. The Toyotas, the really fast ones. You don't know last names. Aphid, what were the Toyotas from 15, 20 years ago that they just started remaking?
Supra?
Supra. That's it. You nailed it. The new Supras could destroy an old Countach. The new Supras are hella
Oh
fast.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. They're
They're like 75 grand and they're fast as anything. Also the new STI WRX, the new Subaru souped up WRX, very quick car. Actually better on the turns, but still a fast car.
That's the one with the wings.
Yeah, the wing. Yeah.
I've seen those.
What was that, Aphid?
Well, I was gonna say, as far as those go, they're all dual drive, so they can drive off in the snow or whatever. But
Yeah.
But that new Corvette, man, that thing is faster than anything. It's like
It's
under
not-
$100,000, and you can be as fast as pretty much any, and handle like Nürburgring and everything. Really,
That's not really true though.
dude, I'm telling you that new Corvette is really impressive. Like
But it's not handling it like
it'll be look in history. It'll be look because it's probably the end of that the combustion engine being a big deal. But anyway, it's very impressive for sure.
the
for the price.
Nordschleifer over there in Germany, the fastest thing to run it, I think, for the longest time was a Porsche.
Now I think the fastest thing is that thing that has a huge fan that sucks it down to the ground. I think I might even posted something about it on the Discord at one point, like a year or two ago.
Huh.
But that thing, it's got a huge fan that sucks it
For downforce.
right. It sucks it to the ground, so it can go extremely fast through corners.
And then it probably turns the fan off on the straightaways.
probably, yeah, probably.
Where is the fan?
The whole
on the-
underside of the car is a huge fan. It's electric.
It's underneath
too.
the car. Okay.
Yes, it's electric, and the fan, sucks it so it hugs the ground.
Yeah.
And create unimaginable G forces around corners.
That is cool.
It's unbelievable. That car is unbelievable.
Yeah,
it looks
I
like
haven't
a small version of the Batmobile, kind of.
You know what's funny to see though is a Lamborghini in rush hour traffic, and I've seen those.
Yeah.
And that's got to be the
Doesn't-
most frustrating thing to drive, right?
Totally. Well, at least the new ones have automatic setting with you can take them out of sport and all of that. So they could be 275 horsepower, which would be the lowest setting probably.
So what do you guys think of, you know what Waymo is, right?
No, what is it?
Self-driving, it's like Uber, but with a self-driving car.
No, but what was the word?
Waymo?
WAYMO?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Am I
Never heard of
wrong?
that. No.
People are saying this is going to take over the cities.
I like it.
Yeah.
Because nobody likes driving in cities, and it's very expensive to just parking a car in a city. Owning a car is just
It
incredibly
is.
expensive.
City is like New York or Chicago. It sucks.
But there's streets everywhere in the city. So with like they're thinking of Waymo will be like the scooters that you can just pick up and drop off wherever you are, and whenever you're done, and someone else will pick them up.
Same with cars, just free cars.
I guess. I mean, cars have to be parked though. It's not like you can leave them on the sidewalk. But
yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, bro.
Okay, maybe
I could see it. I could see it happening though.
I mean, have you heard about the congestion pricing thing on this same subject in New York? Trump was going after that.
I've heard about it. Yeah.
I didn't really understand how he could affect a statewide policy or citywide.
What an asshole. We didn't even go over the worst thing of all that Trump's been doing, in my opinion.
Give it.
He's been targeting these law firms.
Yeah.
That like who's ever lawyers,
Right.
worked against him or said something he doesn't like,
Right.
are connected. And I mean, it's just outrageous.
Yeah.
You can't do that. This is
Yeah.
not the Soviet Union where you can.
You're right.
It's outrageous. I just can't believe it.
People are fine with it though. Like people think that if he there's a large portion of the population that thinks, I mean, I don't care what he says or what Elon Musk says. They're on board with it.
Right.
And they're going to fight you if you disagree with what they say. If you got a
They
problem.
just open their mouths.
Yeah.
And whether he's shoveling in honey or shoveling in sewage, they just eat it all like it's all the same.
Right.
Well, let's whittle it
Yeah,
down here. What exactly is he going after them for? Pick the most
Okay, let me
prominent
see if I
one.
could find an executive order. He says like, oh, they're engaging in un-American. It's all the executive orders sound like just like you take a drunken, a typical idiotic Trump tweet, and then
There he
you have
is.
it, you give it to a lawyer who
There he
can
is.
clean it up and make it sound rational. That's what
This-
these executive orders. Scum.
This guy right here, this guy Scum, right? Last night, 11:30, 11:45, I was feeling tired. I had a little smoke, had a couple drinks, and then all of a sudden pops up in my feed this motherfucker right here. What do? You know what? Grabbed a few brew doggies and fucking up till 1.
Oh
Scum.
no. I woke up at seriously 3:30 in the morning or something the other day. And I was like so bummed out. I got my coffee going. It must have been Monday because it was still on this account. But anyway, regardless. I log on there and Scum's going 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. There's some guy with face makeup or something. This real skinny guy. He had like I don't know, some face. I couldn't even understand what was going on in there. But I was like, oh my God, dude. 3:30 in the morning.
It's
Good
not your
job.
fault. Yeah, it's not his fault. It's my fault. I love it. I love the show. It's addictive. It's late night addictive.
Yeah,
And it
there's
was
a lot of people on there, dude. A lot of people having fun. Good for Scum.
Yeah. Last night. It's a Friday night. I know I can cut loose. If it's on an average work night, I know Scum goes live. Time for me to go to bed. I can't get involved, but on a Friday, it's perfect. And frankly, tonight, anybody else who's here after this ends, go right over. He's probably going to be jumping live within the next hour. So check him out. It's a lot of fun.
I could bring up a little bit of his executive order if you want.
Yeah, do it.
Bring it up.
All right.
Yeah, we got enough. We got
Share
our
screen.
muscles are sore from.
Okay, can
slurping
you see that?
Scum's.
I can maximize
No.
the screen size.
If I get my readers on, maybe.
Yeah, reader time.
Can't you read it?
I got it.
Yeah, I can read it. Yeah, but I don't want to read the whole damn thing. It's
Well,
just,
you brought it up.
Well, just to give you a taste of
Well,
what's
yeah,
going on
make us
here.
work. It's like way too late to work.
So, of course, it starts out by the authority vested in me, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, sum it
The
up.
Section 1 purpose. The dishonest and dangerous activity of the law firm Perkins Coie LLP has affected this country for decades. Notably, in 2016, while representing failed presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, Perkins Coie hired Fusion GPS, which then manufactured a false dossier designed to steal an election. Well, I mean, it's true that, Perkins Coie did do this, but steal an election, it's designed to win an election, right? The egregious activity is part of a pattern. Anyway, it just goes on like that. And, Section 1, Section 2, the Attorney General should take steps to see if there's any security clearances held by individuals there need to be revoked. And the Office of Management Budget should see if any facilities that are government related are there. And contractors, shouldn't be. We shouldn't pay Perkins Coie or any other contractors associated with them. It's all so stupid. It's an executive order targeting an individual law firm. And he's been doing like this for lots of law firms.
But hold on, Last Dance. You did mention one thing in there that perked my interest, which you were a huge, I don't want to say proponent of, but anything involving Russia, Russiagate,
Right.
fake reports, dossiers. Were they involved with this? Because that is important.
Well,
It's
I mean,
right
yeah,
there.
they
I can
were
see the
involved. Of course they were. He's right about that.
Okay.
They were involved with the. They did hire the Fusion GPS. I mean, because you have your lawyers do your dirty work, and that's what lawyers do. So do Trump's lawyers.
Right.
So I mean, there's nothing unique about this law firm, except that they were hired by the Clinton campaign
and George Soros directly.
Well, yeah, Soros. I mean, yeah, that's true. But these are all people engaging in protected activities. You're allowed to. You're allowed to, engage. Find people to find dirty secrets about your opposition.
So
These
Mr.
are all parts of
Kilsey one has
capitalism.
a question for
If you agree with capitalism, you should agree with.
So you love criminals who lie to you? No, I don't love criminals who lie to me.
Clearly, you do, and turnips as well.
I don't like it at all.
I know.
But what I really hate is when somebody comes into power and starts finding all his enemies and trying to use the power of the government to punish his enemies. That's what I really hate, even worse than criminals who lie to me.
Well, we've covered a fair amount of what this administration has done tonight. I don't recall us covering a lot of positive areas.
Well, I think on a daily basis, lots of great things happen. I mean, it's fine. I think it's fine to point out the mistakes and the
foibles,
excesses. I mean, that's fine. That's how you hold them accountable. That's how you get only good stuff, by pointing out the bad stuff and making sure they're held accountable. But I think on mostly, I love what Doge is doing. You know how I feel about the budget, the budget deficits every year and the federal debt.
Yes.
And
yes.
how it's out of control, and it's like it's going to harm this country in the end. And when it happens in the end, will it be too late to do anything? So yeah, I love what Doge is doing. And most of what they're finding, I think, is great. Everybody says, "Oh, that's just $3 billion. That's just $300 million." I don't care. Find all of those.
Yeah.
And
well,
wrap
let
them
me
all
ask you this. Let's pick a number one agency that it appears is going to be completely USAID. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, agree. gone.
Agree. Even though, and I've heard you admit some of the work they've done is a humanitarian,
of course,
blessing for children.
Yes, absolutely.
Orphans, AIDS, children with AIDS.
Yes.
Cut
There's
them
no
off.
reason you could keep doing what you want to do, but the agency is like a hive of scum and villainy, and not
Right,
like
so
scum
you're
TV,
saying
not the good kind of scum.
they need to direct the funding from a different place, but we all know that's going to happen. People are going to die from this. That's just a guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, we spend trillions of dollars, so you know, you have to cut it.
I hear you. I mean, there is an ethical argument that people will bring up with money versus human lives. That's not an uncommon thing.
Yeah, I don't. There's an unlimited demand for our money.
Yeah,
there is no limit. Even when we stop at what we have now, people are saying it's not enough, and they always will, because the demand is infinite. So, I think you can't, in general, you cannot spend more than you take in. You could do that for a short while, but you have to make it up later. You could, so it might make sense during World War II then you stop that spending and pay off the debt. But that's not what we've been doing. We've been doing it in peacetime and making it worse every year. So I don't want to increase taxes on anybody to cover the shortfall. You basically have to, revenues, you have to double revenue.
What about tax cuts for billionaires?
I don't care if you tax cuts for billionaires, but now isn't the time to cut anybody's taxes.
No, but they are doing tax cut for billionaires now.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is the tax cuts, and I might be wrong, but the tax cuts that are out there are scheduled to expire, and they're going to extend them. It's not quite the same.
Yeah, but if they didn't, wouldn't that help with the?
It would, and they probably should not extend them.
But you're so willing to be against frivolous spending, then that means that you should be equally against extending these tax cuts, because you want
extending them.
That would amount to trillions of dollars if they don't extend them. That would then be able to be pumped directly into the national debt. Now, do you see a correlation as to why they're extending them? What that might be?
What do you mean a correlation?
I gotta pee, and I'm
between
not coming
the
back.
administration and why.
You're not coming back?
No, I gotta pee, and I'm about to pass out. So I gotta.
All right. Well,
make my way upstairs at some point.
The correlation of all right, buddy. We'll see you. So why they're not extending? Why they would not consider not extending the tax cuts is because of people like, frankly, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and other high value, high net worth people that are going to benefit from these things.
I don't think anybody cares about Elon Musk in particular. I mean,
no, I'm talking about the current administration that's going to extend these tax cuts and not end them, which would allow more money to be pumped back into us and into our national debt, which is what they should do.
I think, this is the way I feel. If you have to start running, surpluses. How else can you pay off $36 trillion in debt? Or even cut it in half. You have to run surpluses. So it's not even enough to balance the budget. You have to run surpluses. And I think that means you have to increase taxes somewhat.
Clearly, and that's not going to happen.
But I think most of what has to be done should be in the side of spending cuts.
I think it's the two things working together.
Well, they both have to be together. I don't think you have to pay the debt off all at once. I mean, you just have to have a plan and a program to run surpluses for years into the future. But if you're the current plan, which Trump started in his last year and Biden continued in all his years, was to run, $1 trillion deficits every year. And it's ridiculous. It's like the debt has now exceeded 100% of GDP.
Right.
And we're not in a war. We haven't been in a war since basically World War II.
Who's the holder of the loan?
It's anybody who buys U.S. U.S. securities.
So are these foreign countries?
There's a lot owned by foreign countries. Yeah, a lot owned by probably investment
Businesses?
funds.
Okay,
investment funds, right?
Sure.
I don't
So
know.
you're talking like Vanguard, that sort of thing.
I guess I don't really know who buys U.S. debt, but yeah, a lot is owned by foreign countries. It's a good deal if we pay it off, right? We're still a very wealthy country that is a low risk of default, but you can't do the same thing every year because our debt is starting to exceed our wealth.
Sure. And would you say that the
World War
what
II.
is the budget for the Defense Department yearly?
I think it's about 800 billion.
What's
so.
the interest on the national debt?
It's about 13% or 19% of the budget now. I can't remember.
Of the Department of Defense or the whole country?
The whole country,
So we spend more on interest for that than we do on our military, basically.
Let me see. What was interest on the debt last year? What does Grok say it was? Interest was $881 billion, which is about the same, which was about the same as the defense spending was 850 billion, and Medicare is 839 billion. So interest was more than both of those. It trailed only Social Security in spending.
It seems to me like those are a wash. They're so close.
Yeah.
You can't trust numbers. Social Security should be higher. It's paid for by us. I mean, that's the whole point. It's an investment account.
It is, but it's not it isn't. I don't believe it's self-funding anymore.
Probably not.
Outlays are not paid for by current contributions.
Yeah, totally. There he is.
All right,
Random
Goon.
Late night. Wonder if Scum's gotten started yet. Any ideas?
Yes, he started.
He started. All right.
Yep, I got the notification.
Should I can I screen share him on here? Let's do that. Let's try it a little experimentarino here.
Sure.
I think he would like
streams, but I don't know.
Crossing the streams. Yeah, fucking here we go. It's like Ghostbusters.
Oh, I had 3.
There he
When
is.
I plugged my ear, I could still hear the music. And it's
It'd be funny if he
Then
had
again,
you
and I always say
on
this.
one of the
I'm like,
windows.
I'm so happy that I just hear sounds and I don't hear voices. Like as soon as it turns like, bro, did you hear voices? Well, I'm gonna be fucking like more than everybody.
Yeah, no chokers for me, Destiny. I don't like the feeling. No.
All right, let's get the party going over in that direction.
All right. I'll probably just go to bed now. It's pretty darn late.
Go to bed? What?
Well, if you're gonna go to Scum TV,
yeah, let's go there. Straight shot. Everybody head on over.
I think I will not.
You will not. All right, Drunk Fest. Not for
past
you.
my bedtime.
All right, it's 11:41. That's not bad. But shall we end it?
You're the man.
I mean, it's been a nice conversation.
It has. I've enjoyed these last few pubs have been quite good, actually.
Yeah, let's bring it to an end and continue the mission next week.
All right, I will take off. Thank you, sir, and great job today.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody who's here in the chat, Outer Passionate Zone. Thanks for being here. RW, My Orange Jeep, Mr. Gilsey 1, Cup of Tea, Random Goon. You guys are the best. English Bottle Cap, what a winner. Thanks, dude. Really appreciate you. See if I can squeak a few more out of this chat. See anybody else up here. Paka. Oh, yeah, Paka. Thank you, brother. You've been here on cam not too long ago. Scum TV. Everybody, let's head over to Scum TV now. Why don't I go ahead and find that and post the link in the chat. And we're gonna do that. Everybody go here. Really appreciate everybody. Thanks. Wait, we both posted different links. I think they might be the same destination. Who cares? Love you guys. You're all the best. We'll see you next week. Take care.